Alright, welcome to Old World Gaming, and we are carrying on with the squig hoppers. Now, I am very hopeful that I'll get these finished. I know they said that last episode, but all I've got left to do is the armour, which is going to take the longest time. So I'm going to paint their armour yellow. Their skin, which there's not much of, because it's mainly covered in armour, so that shouldn't take too long at all. Once I've done the armour and the skin, there's literally just a couple of little bits, like I could pick out the bit wrapped around his lance maybe, but then like that guy's done, and then it's just paint the stuff on the base, stick some grass on and paint the edges. So I don't know, the armour is going to take the longest time. That could take like an hour or so. But then everything else is going to be pretty quick, I reckon. And I want to try and do the armour as quick as possible. So I'm going to try like maybe 3 layers and do it nice and quick. That's my intention. So I think I'll do a Mournfang brown layer on the armour. And then I don't think I can go straight to, I could go straight to Avalanche Sunset. It won't look quite as good as this guy if I did, because this guy's probably got 5 or 6 layers on his yellow, but I was only painting 1 guy, whereas now I've got to paint 7. And if I do that, it will just take, I don't know. I mean, like, the higher layers don't take that much effort. It's the baser layers that do. But yeah, I don't know. So definitely going for Mournfang first. The question is, do I do a layer that's a mix of the two, or do I just go straight to Avalanche Sunset and then an Avalanche Sunset and white layer? Alternatively, I could do this. I could go Mournfang brown, then Mournfang and Avalanche Sunset, and then the Mournfang and Avalanche Sunset with a bit of white mixed in. That might be the route. Okay, so that's one thing we need to do. We'll need to do their skin. I think I'll probably do their skin first, and that is easy to do. For skin, I'm going Castellan Green and then Lorraine Forest, and that's an easy to see the difference here. And maybe I should just go a slightly lighter colour. Difference here is these 2 colours aren't all that different, and therefore they look, it's really easy to make them look good with a 2-layer. Just this and then this, that's fine, and they look good. So maybe I should go for maybe I should just do a mix of the 2 as the first colour and then go for yellow. But, so this guy, I don't know, in those gaps in here, let me point it with something. In the gaps in here, that's probably like Mournfang brown, maybe. But then you've got like the recesses on top of an armour plate, which are lighter than Mournfang brown. So, I don't know. Excuse me. Right. So, there we go. Skin first, then armour, and then any random little bits, which I'm hoping there won't be any random little bits. It might only be this guy who's got that on his thing. Everyone else, yeah, so they use this one twice. So it's got a random little thing, I don't know. Do that whatever colour. Oh, and this guy's got some mushrooms on his. Oh, it's fading in there, fixing it. Oh, and he's got horns on his hat that I completely forgot about, and I definitely should paint like bone colour, I think. Yeah, okay, so there's a few bits. And then, yeah, the bases. So, you know what, the base is going to be the most annoying thing, because they've all got different, like, fungusy type bits on them. I may leave that kind of cloud black and have, like, some kind of black spores coming out. But I don't know what colour to paint these, like, mushroomy bits. Yeah, he's got the same on there. I made a mess on his one here. he's got that stalagmite thing. I mean, I could just paint that grey when I paint the stones. Make it like a grey stalagmite. Why it's out in the fields, I don't know. Don't know what colour to do the mushrooms. See, red mushrooms with red squigs looks probably would be a bit lame. Could do brown mushrooms. Could literally just go for classic brown field mushrooms. Same with these. Maybe I just go like brown mushrooms. Brown will be fine actually. Brown will look quite good against these. But he's got a skull on his base, and this guy's got the full skull. I'm not sure I want brown mushrooms on this one. You know? I don't know what other colour to do. Doing blue maybe. That's what's going to make these take the long time. It's just all the stuff all over their bases. Yeah, it's cool and all, but it just is extra time I have to spend not painting like the model, but painting all the other stuff that I don't really want to have to bother painting. But there we go. Right, let's start with the skin, because I know what I'm doing with that. So yeah, like I say, we're going for Castellan Green first, and then we'll do Lorraine Forest. I'll move these guys out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. Where's my brush? Here it is. I'm looking forward to getting these guys done. Once they are done, I will add them to the army. I think the army is 750 points at the moment. I don't know how many points that is. It'll be like an extra 100. So that'll be what, 950 points? So I could probably, no, that's not right. 850 points. Yeah, because adding, so to make it 1,000 points, I add the mangler squig and the dude on his, the war boss on his giant squig. So I don't know. But yeah, it'll be like a 850 point army, which will then match my Empire army. Obviously played a 850 point game for our last battle report. Right, so paint this layer of skin. Yeah, so when I tried these guys out for a couple of practice games, no, they weren't painted basically is what I'm trying to say, and therefore they don't count as real games. I'm not sure that's how it works, but yeah, so when I tried these guys out previously in the first games, I skirmished them, but in one of the games I also had the war bosses on giant squigs in the unit, and I ran them as skirmishers and they were amazing, and I've since discovered, if you've listened to some of my other videos, I have lamented about this already, but that you can't skirmish the bosses on giant cave squigs in the unit, because your unit is specifically a skirmisher unit rule, that everyone in the unit has to be the same type, troop type. So giant cave squigs are monstrous cavalry, whereas these are light cavalry, I think it is. They're not monstrous cavalry. I'm pretty sure they're not heavy cavalry either. Pretty sure they're light cavalry. I just made a mess there. So yeah, so they can't join the unit when the unit's in skirmish formation, which is very sad. So I'll have to try running them in open order. Thankfully they do have the open order type, so I can or formation option, so I can at least put them in the same unit, and I hope that open order is enough for them to be useful, because they were amazing in skirmish formation, and I really want to make a set of mangler squigs into war bosses on squigs, but I won't be doing that if I can't put them in a unit and them actually be any good. The main reason I want to do it is not because they're amazing, but because it looks cool, but I also want them to be good, like I want them to be playable. I don't want to make them and then they'd just be naff and me never take them. So, which is the risk, right? So, yeah. So I'm looking forward to having these guys done, because then I can at least play some games with them in open order formation and try them out and see if they work. And I really hope they do, for all the reasons I've just described. So, yeah, there we go. Right, that's all the skin on this guy. Nice and easy. But worst comes to worse, I'll run them without the war boss in, and then I'll guess the war boss, I don't know what I'll do with the war boss. I mean, he drew a lot of fire in the last game I played, so that was a kind of, not tutorial game, that's the wrong word, but kind of showing a mate of mine how to play Warhammer, because he's played Total War and likes Total War, but yeah, hasn't played like tabletop before. I didn't take many photos. Every now and then I look at them and I'm like, should I do a battle report on it? I mean, I've taken a few. Could do a little battle report on it, but I don't know how interesting it would be. It was quite a fun little battle. It would have been good to take a few more photos probably, but that wasn't really my primary objective. I just wanted to teach him how to play and have a fun game with him, really, which we did, and he thrashed me. It was a lot of fun. Like, I didn't realise how bad he'd won, or like how bad he'd thrashed me, until we counted everything up, and right at the end I was like, oh, basically I killed nothing. He was using dwarves, and I was using my goblin army, which is how we got on this conversation, because I used Walloper and his one-hit wonder on their own. Yes, so yeah, it didn't feel like a complete thrashing until right at the end, and I looked over what I killed, and I basically all I killed was most of a unit of rangers. And that was it. Just enough of the unit for me to get some points for them, but that was it. Yeah, but there we go. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. He enjoyed it. I have no problem losing. So that was part of working at Games Workshop, I think, is basically when you do a intro game, you just want to make the game the most fun, so that the person playing really enjoys it. And so you don't care if you lose. I mean, it's even better if you lose, right? Because it makes them feel better about the game. So that definitely got me over being particularly competitive. But there's also an attitude going into it, right? Now, if it was a tournament, I'd want to win. And I'd be gutted if I didn't win my games. But when they're just like friendly games, I don't really care the result. It's more about having the game and having fun, and mainly more about helping the person I'm playing with have fun, because I have fun, whatever happens, really. And the more the person that I'm playing with has fun, the more likely they are to play another game. Particularly as, at the moment, like none of my friends collect Warhammer. Actually, that's not true. I do have a friend who collects Warhammer, but he's not often available to play with. But yeah, the friends who I do hang out with more often, none of them actually collect Warhammer. So hopefully, if they enjoy playing games, because I have played games with a couple of them, if they enjoy playing games, it may well be something that they decide they want to do. But it's certainly a bit of a lifestyle choice, collecting Warhammer, I think, because it absorbs a lot of time and a lot of money. It's quite a commitment. But yeah, there we go. So I guess you're either really into it or you're not. There we are. And this is where mine has taken me. Now I'm on YouTube doing my videos, which was just an unexpected side effect of I don't know, having the time to do so, I guess. But also, like, when people are asking, how did you paint that? What did you do for it? It's much easier to just be like, oh, well, there's a video, go and have a look. Plus, I just really enjoy, like, showing people how to do stuff and sharing the hobby. It is a shame. That's one of the things I don't like about YouTube, is like there's no way for you to respond with, oh look, here's what I've been working on. It'd be cool if like the comments section allowed you to put photos and stuff in, because it'd be good to see what you guys are up to. But if you're on the old world, so there's an old world Facebook group that was a fan group started up like in 2019, which I've been a part of more or less since it started. I may even have joined the day it was created. I don't know, I don't remember now, but I feel like I joined very early on. Yeah, that's been fun to really be a part of and be part of that community, all excited about the old world coming. And obviously now that the old world's out, it's grown quite large. Yeah, I just really enjoy being part of that community. I think, I'm not sure I've posted much on. Yeah, the last thing I posted on there was the Pillar of Flame, actually. I think I might have been posting each of my Night Goblin things as I've been doing them. I've just not been doing them very quickly in the last few weeks. I've been painting these guys for ages now. What was the last thing I actually finished for my Night Goblins? Was it Walloper or was it Snotlings? I can't remember which one is it for. I think I did the Snotlings first and then Walloper afterwards. And it was ages ago. And that was when I tried my live stream that I did Walloper, only to discover that it had all uploaded in standard definition instead of high def. That was really sad. I was a bit gutted about that, but I chalked it up to a lesson learnt. I need a better bandwidth on my internet before I can do live streaming. That's my first goal. Okay, once YouTube starts giving me some money for videos, my goal is to be getting in enough a month that I can upgrade my internet so that I can do live streams. Yeah, that's my goal. Who knows? On that front, we're just over 500 subscribers. You need 1,000 before YouTube will start giving you any money. And then need 4,000 watch hours. So the videos that I've put up need to have been watched for 4,000 hours. But we're about halfway, just over 2,000 now. So, which I think I'm very pleased with, considering the channel's been going for just over 2 months. I'm very pleased with that. I mean, I don't know what to expect, really. Never done a YouTube channel before. But yeah, considering the like Warhammer the Old World is quite a niche subject, like a very niche subject. In fact, it's more than a niche subject, it's a niche of a niche. So Games Workshop is just the Old World is one subject or one game of Games Workshop. And Games Workshop is just one manufacturer of fantasy wargames. And fantasy wargames are just one part of wargaming. And wargame is just one part of like tabletop gaming, board gamings, that kind of thing. And that's just a subsection of gaming as a whole, or entertainment. But yeah, so it's for a niche of a niche, I feel like I'm doing all right. And one channel, clearly there's lots of, I say lots, there are quite a few other well-established channels doing old world stuff, and I enjoy them, enjoy their content. So I'm not particularly competitive with them. I'm not expecting to be really, but yeah, there we go. So it's a niche subject which already has pretty good coverage, and yeah, like I said, the reason I started my videos wasn't really because I wanted to compete, but more just as a way of sharing the stuff that I'm doing that people were asking about. So there we are. The fact that we're halfway to YouTube actually giving me some money for doing it is very good. I don't believe it's that much, but if it can be enough to just pay for good internet every month, then I'll be happy. And hopefully you'll enjoy me doing some live streams, because we can actually chat properly, or at least chat better, because I love all the comments that people put in. It's awesome. I love reading through and responding to them, but to do that in more of a quick manner, to actually have some kind of conversation back and forth, that'll be much better. But we'll get there. I reckon a couple of months. We've come this far in 2 months, so arguably, assuming it only gets easier and not harder. Again, I don't really know what to expect, but I would imagine it's a bit like a snowball and starts to get easier as you've got more content out there. I actually lost my train of thought then, because I was busy painting this up, mixing my paint. No, I completely lost my train of thought. Rubbish. Something about building the channel, maybe. Talking to people. I don't know. Oh, that's embarrassing. Clearly I'm getting old. That's all I have to say about that. So I thought it might be nice to do, and I don't know if it's even possible, but like I was thinking, when I get to 1,000 subscribers, I could like give my 1,000th subscriber I don't know, a painted model or something. I don't really know. Or paint one on a do a video painting up like an infantry model and send it off to my 1,000th subscriber. Trouble is, I'm not quite sure how to work out who my 1,000th subscriber is, because I don't get notifications for every subscriber, and it certainly doesn't tell me like what number a subscriber is. So I could probably I can see someone 546 subscribers right now, and I can see who my latest subscriber was, but I don't think it's reliable enough that if I was to hit 1,000 subscribers, to know who the 1,000th subscriber is. So I might have to come up with another plan, which is maybe pick a random subscriber. When I get to 1,000 subscribers, one of the first 1,000 subscribers gets can have a painted model. Well, I'll paint. I don't know what I could like. Do a video painting something like a night goblin, spearman or something like that, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. If you've got any ideas, let me know, because I would quite like to do something to mark the occasion. So if you've got any ideas, let me know. The silence you can hear is me thinking. I'm glad this skin isn't taking too long. I mean, I knew it wouldn't take too long because there's basically no skin on them. Or no skin visible anyway. I'm assuming they've got skin on them. Although technically they don't, because they're just models and underneath they're just solid lumps. But shh, let's pretend that's not true. Oh, this guy's got a bandage on his nose. What's he got a bandage on his nose for? Oh, I have to put a bandage. I mean, it's a nice idea and all, but it's just more things to paint. I feel spoiled saying stuff like that. I mean, thank you, Mr. or Mrs. Sculptor, for doing some wonderful extra details to bring them to life. Now I have to paint them. I can't not paint it. But I could paint it the really lazy way and just do a single layer of Baneblade Brown on it, which is basically that's what I do on my rank and file goblins. All of the bowmen and spearmen have just got Baneblade Brown on any bandages, so he may well just get that treatment. Right, we are most of the way through. Yep, I'm pleased with the progress. I actually do quite like having the brown as a base layer on the skin. This is a new thing for me. How did I do it first? It wasn't Grin Crack. I think it was the... I think it was Ed Splitter. I think I did brown. Was that the first place I did brown? I think so. And I liked it. Actually, no, okay, I tell a lie. Many moons ago, when I painted my orcs for my Warhammer Quest set, I dry brushed them all brown to start off with. Over black. And then just picked out, I just used single layer, because I was doing them mega quick. I did a single layer of silver on their weapons with the brown kind of in the recesses. I did a single layer of I can't remember what green it was at the time, Catachan green maybe, that probably was, over the skin, and then basically they were done. And then the bone bits. So yeah, so brown was the perfect undercoat. Brown kind of is the perfect undercoat, other than black, because it's like a recess layer for everything. Because like if you mix enough colours together, you get brown, right? I remember as a kid like wanting to make black, and I just like mix loads of colours together and it'd just always be brown. And I understand the colour wheel. I know how it works. Now, I mean, as a kid, I was just like, but black. Why isn't it just go black? Cool. That's all of the greens for the first layer. They look good. And they're the skin. First layer of skin anyway. It's nice to have some green on these guys. It gives them a nice little bit of colour to them. I don't know where you can see it from there. I'll show you. I was just about to show you, but I'll show you after I've done the next layer. And they'll just look really good. Well, I say really good. It's a single layer, but it will actually look pretty good. Just trying to decide how much to put on. I'm not sure I approve of the consistency of this paint that's on my brush. It's either the consistency or the quantity that's a problem. I'm not undecided which. I'll just paint green all over that guy. I don't know. All right, one. Oh, ears. This guy's got ears. Oh, did I miss the ears on? Yeah, I did. I miss the ears on both of the last two guys I did. Why did no one tell me? I thought it was funny with that joke. When you're on your own, you've only got yourself to make laugh. Alright, well, there it is. We'll probably be fine with just one layer. And technically, it's 2 layers, 3 layers. It's kind of brown, but it's also got black underneath. gone into concentration mode now, which is why I'm not talking too much, but hopefully you approve of the music that's playing, so make up for it. In other news, I'm going to see Kung Fu Panda tomorrow, Kung Fu Panda 4. It's exciting. Yeah, it was the last of these videos I talked about. We had a Tenacious D and Jack Black conversation. We won't rehash that, but let's say, yeah, I'm going to see Kung Fu Panda 4 tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I love a good bit of Kung Fu Panda. Cool, getting there. So very close. See, I'm almost tempted to do one more layer on this skin, because you can make it look so much better with just a teeny tiny bit more effort. But I don't know if I've really kind of set it up for that. Also means painting a lot of knuckles, and I'm not sure I can be bothered to go around painting all the knuckles. I don't need to. They will look fine on the battlefield, as is. Very few people are going to look at them very closely. And when they do, they'll be like, yeah, they're just rank and file units, or rank and file troops. So I didn't put too much effort into painting them. At least I remembered his ears this time round. Cool, alright, that is the skin done. Give you a quick look at the skin, show you how they look now. Just add in some green, makes them look so much better already. Just that extra bit of colour. Right, now we're moving on to the big bit, the yellow. But first we're going to paint it brown. going to take this opportunity because that's definitely closer there. I guess I just don't want to get green all over it. Let me just do a little bit of brown on these bits here. Has just caught my eye. I'm like, oh, I've got all the paint, all that stuff on the base as well. Now, I know the stones were my own fault. I definitely put those on there myself, but stones are easy to paint. Other stuff, like mushrooms, I am definitely feeling a bit lazy on the old mushroom painting front right now, but there we go. Right, so let's paint some brown. Basically, for this layer, I want to be doing everything except the mega deep things, so like his visor slits, for example. I think basically everywhere else is going to be painted on. I forgot about the face on the squig. But yeah, everything else is going to be painted. Oh, maybe not the horns, actually. I should avoid doing the horns. He says, instantly getting it on the horns. Means I can't be quite as slapdash as I want to be painting this guy's hat. That's annoying. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. On his lance. What colour do I paint his mushrooms? See, if this was a live stream, then you could respond when I ask those kind of questions. That'd be great. And then you could tell me what colour paint stuff. And that's a win-win, right? Because then I don't have to think about it. And you also get to influence. You get to like choose the stuff that I'm painting and how I'm painting it. I thought that'd be a great experience all round. I'll call it something of a partnership. I really enjoy the fact that these are plastic though, and not metal, because then I'd have to be looking at that guy to try and work out what I broke. On account of him falling over and being on the floor. Not on the floor, but you know what I mean. Lying down. I did paint his ears. I was wondering if I'd had. I don't remember painting them. But they are painted green, and therefore we did. At least that's how I'm working that out. Oh, my light's starting to flicker. It's not done that in a long time. But I have put the washing machine on, so There's a good chance that it is related. Yeah, there's no way I can just go straight to yellow over the top of this. I need a halfway house at the very least. Okay. See, so far I've not had to batch paint yellow. This is the first unit that I've decided to do it on, because the others have all been like individuals. So I did the champion of my spearman unit. I did him after all the rest of the unit. Or, well, I did his yellow after the rest of the unit anyway, because my normal guy's in the unit. Actually, no, that's not true. Some of the... in fact, they've all got yellow on their shields, but I think I did the yellow in one hit on their shields. Oh no, I did a highlight layer afterwards. So I just went for the pure yellow though, and then did a yellow with white mix layer, highlighting the edges on the moons. So yeah, so I did that, but this is a much more detailed yellow. Well, it's going to be much better the yellow than that. Does it have to be? No, arguably not. It could just go straight to yellow and then do a highlight and yellow afterwards. I almost said lello like a small child. For the record, I've got nothing against small children saying lello. I wish that my paintbrushes were shorter. I could cut off that bit that's not resting against my hand, because otherwise I keep tapping the light with them. But I don't know. I don't know how long I'll be doing YouTube for, really. I have to see. Is this just going to be something I'm doing for like a few months? Is it something that I'll carry on for years? Who knows? Who knows? Thankfully, there's no I don't have to commit to anything at the moment. It's just a case of seeing what works. I would like to get more battle reports done. I really enjoy making the battle reports, mainly because I'm playing games. I love playing games. And I've played, 5 games so far? 2 on my first day of Old World, with like a half painted army, because half the models weren't painted. Actually, no, that's not strictly true. What wasn't painted? My squig hoppers and my war bosses on Squigs. So all of the Squigs. I didn't use my Mangler Squigs because they weren't built, but so instead of the Mangler Squigs, I had a giant. Yeah, he wasn't. Well, he was painted. He just didn't match the army because he's from Warhammer Quest. Bad guys. And so it's got like a stony, well, dungeon base. So it's all black and gravelly and got some tiles on it. So it didn't really match the rest of the army. So yeah, so those are my first 2 games. We only finished one of them. It was at a gaming club. The second game, the club was like rounding up as we were kind of just getting to the good bit of the game where our units had just started to get into combat. But there we go. It is what it is. And then 2 games against my son. So the first 2 games I played were 1250 points. The 2 games against my son were 750 and 850. And then the game I played with my friend was another 750 game. Teaching him how to play. So that was, yeah, goblins versus dwarves. So yeah, I'd like to play some more games. I've got obviously I've got enough goblins painted up to do like 750 points, plus however many points it turns out once these guys are painted. I just realised I've got brown on his cloak. Oh no, I just got more brown on his cloak. Oh, and you can't see what I'm doing. I'm trying to clean it off and actually making it worse. And you probably can't see that either because his big old head's in the way. Yeah, so I've got, I don't know, probably like 850 points of this Night Goblin army painted up. Actually, I've got like 100 spearmen and plus 40 archers painted. I just don't have enough command groups for them all painted. I also have another 6 fanatics painted, and so they all match. So I probably could have like a fairly decent sized army up and running in not much time. If I painted a couple more command groups, then like my 100 spearmen could be a couple of smaller units. So wait, I've got 140 spearmen painted up actually. So I could have like 2 units of 50 and a unit of 40 or something. But I need to paint a couple more command groups because I've only got 1 command group painted up at the moment. But that'll be quick. That'll be quick to make some loads of extra night goblins. I mean, I'm not sure how much I really rate night goblin spearmen. Just as units that don't have a particular purpose. So normally, in this current army that I've been playing with, Gitrak Ed Splitter, and his warband, the purpose of the night goblin unit is just to increase his leadership to 9, and be a block, a command block, if you will, to sit there and be his leadership boost, and the fanatic caddy. But even then, that's probably not optimal because they want to stay away from combat ideally and just have him with his leadership, spreading his leadership over the board. However, like Snotlings are immune to psychology. Squig riders immune to psychology? There might be. I can't remember now. I've got a niggling feeling that there might be, but I've also got a feeling that I'm wrong about that. So, who knows? But trolls are leadership rubbish, like leadership 4 or 5. I feel like trolls might be leadership, stone trolls might be leadership 5, and I've been playing them as leadership 4. I vaguely recollect looking at them the other day going, oh, they're leadership 5. Yeah, it's mainly the trolls that need his leadership, and obviously the goblins themselves. The like goblin spearmen and archers. So that's his purpose really, is just to be the general, I guess. Do what generals do and provide their leadership to the rest of the army. So yeah, actually that's the point, was the spearman unit is his additional leadership, because they've got warband. He's leadership 6, but they've got warband and horde, so they get 3 rank bonus, and warband gives him an additional +3. We'll give him an additional +3 as long as they've got the ranks to his leadership. So, and that's all I really use them for. They don't really do anything else. So, having a couple of units of 50 night goblins, I don't know how much purpose that has. See, back in the day, I used to run like as many small night goblin units with nothing except fanatics in, just because. So I would like run 12 fanatics in a 500 point army, and it was glorious. I loved it. These days I'm not that way inclined so much. I just want to have a fun game rather than a game that I have to win. And it's much more fun to have like some trolls, some goblin archers that do nothing. I hate night goblin archers, but I still take them. Just because it's more interesting for my opponent. Yeah, honestly, I don't see any value in night goblin archers. Saying that, it's probably better for my my general's unit to be a unit of archers, just because then they can shoot stuff while they're busy doing nothing else. Okay, cool. This guy has got all his brown done for his yellow. So there we go. 1 done. I said the yellow was going to be the longest bit. Whoa. That's me stretching my back. That's probably enough there to use for a little bit. But yeah, so I was saying I want to play more, I want to do more battle reports, play more games. I've got a whole bunch of different armies to use as well. So the Night Goblins, I've played all of my games with the Night Goblins apart from the one that I used my Empire for our little Civil War game. I've got my Chaos, which I did the army list for the other day. My Nurgle Chaos army. I've got Dwarves, obviously, because I used them to teach my friend how to play. I say teach my friend how to play. I didn't really teach him how to play as much as tell him what dice to roll and play a game. So an introductory game, if you will. But it was fun nonetheless, and he learned some stuff. And then I've got Wood Elves. Enough for a small painted army anyway. That's the key factor, is what armies have I got enough stuff painted. I've got lots of armies, and painted. Like for my beastmen, I don't have enough painted to make a full beastman army, probably. Maybe. I mean, maybe I could do 500 points of beastmen. I might be able to do 500 points of beastmen. I probably should work that out at some point. I was looking at the Gorgon rules earlier, so I've just, oh yeah, it will be up by now. And by now, I mean actually real time right now. What is it? 8:30 on Thursday. So there you go, that'll tell you, you can now look back and see what time it is now that you're watching it, and that tells you how long it took me to upload this video. I reckon it'll take like 2 days with my internet speed as it is. I wish that was a joke, but it's not a joke because, okay, here's the process. I've mentioned this before in other videos, but if you haven't watched those videos, here's the process. I'm recording this on my iPhone, and then because I'm using a work laptop, it won't let me plug peripherals in to transfer data, so I then have to upload from my iPhone to the internet via my shoddy bandwidth, as has previously been discussed, and that takes ages, like actual ages, and then download it onto my laptop, which also takes ages, then like edit it, and then upload it to YouTube, which takes ages. So that process like has been taking a couple of days so far, and that makes me sad, but yeah, there we go. All that to say, I read the Gorgon rules today because I was recording the lore, Beastman lore video, and that has now gone live. The reason that went live a lot quicker because it's only like a 20-minute video, so that didn't take very long, and I record the lore videos straight onto my laptop because they're just audio, so I don't need to, there's no like video recording for it. Which is also why I'm keen to live stream, because then that cuts out all of that backward and forwards and just go straight up from my phone direct to YouTube. And if I can do that in high definition, it takes out a whole lot of issues. Does mean there wouldn't be any music over the top, but I think there'll be much more interesting videos because they'll have actual conversation and dialogue between us. We can chat about stuff. So I don't think it'll be so bad. Yes, so Beastman. So I'd like to get a Gorgon, and I've looked at it, and I think I haven't worked an army list out, but it looks like you can get a Gorgon in 500 points. And the reason that makes me happy is because then I can just take a 500 point allied contingent. I actually haven't read the rules for allies yet properly, but I might have been on the FAQ, that your allied contingent has to have the same, like has to just follow the normal rules for a building an army, in which case like you couldn't just take a Gorgon as an ally. You have to take a full army and somehow fit the Gorgon in that army, and then take that army as an allied contingent. That's what I understand at the moment. I should really look at the allied contingent rules though to find out, because I could be completely wrong with that. But assuming that's what you have to do, and that's what I'll assume for now until I read the rules, I have to take a legal army to take a Gorgon. But I noticed that depending on your general, if you take the right general, you can, so this was just glancing through, you can take a Gorgon as a special unit, and a Gorgon's 245 points. You can spend 50% of your points on special units, so that means in order to take that as a special unit, that half of my army, that would be half my army basically, and so that's 250 points is half of 500. So if I take a 500 point army, I can get a Gorgon in it, and it means I have to spend the 250 remaining 255 points needs to be spent on a core unit. Actually, you have to have 3 unit minimum, right, for an army. So 2 core units and a general. That doesn't have to be 2 core units. It's whatever I can fit that's a smaller size. Although, I'm not sure how much you can actually get for cheap. But yeah, there we go. It depends on what the units are. But yeah, so I'll do that. I'll do that in the not too distant future. Look at a 500 point beastman army. 2 reasons. No, 3 reasons. 3. Yeah, the first 500 point beastman army I'll look at is what can I do with the models that I've got painted. Can I make a 500 point army? I probably can. I think I'll be close to being able to make a 500 point army with what I've got painted. I did paint a beast lord or war gore over the kind of COVID period, just when I was painting some beastmen stuff. I also painted a unit of centaurs. I don't know what they count as, if they're core or special. I haven't looked yet. I kind of feel like they're special, but they might be core if I'm lucky. I doubt it, but it might be. And then I've got my warhounds, which I put in my currently in my chaos warrior army, and also my beastman chariot, which I've put in my chaos warrior army as a what are the brute type chariot? I can't remember. Is it gore beast? Is that what they're called? Gore beast? I feel like it is. Gore beast chariot. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because it's got this giant slug. It looks like that. So that, I feel like that can be a gore beast. And just that it's got chaos charioteers, it doesn't say anything about them being chaos warriors. So yeah, that's my gore beast chariot. But it can be I made it as a beastman chariot. So that's a beastman chariot. So I've got, what's that? The beast lord, the chaos hounds, the chariot. I feel like that's got to be close. Oh, and I've got a unit of minotaurs as well. So yeah, there we go. That's got to be like 500 points. So whether it's got enough core stuff in it, so I assume the hounds will be core, but I don't know if I think it needs to be the centaurs, or maybe a chariot might be core, depending on what chariot it is. I don't know. So yeah, so I might have more. It's probably more than 500 points. Probably like 715 points, maybe. So that'd be good. So yeah, so I can use a beastman army at some point. But I don't own a gorgon, but I think I would like to. I'd like to try one out anyway. So yeah, so that was the first army I want to make, first reason I want to make a beastman army is to see how much I've got painted in terms of points wise, because then we can use them in a battle report in the not too distant future. But I'd also like to make an army, a gorgon army, a 500 point gorgon army, because then I can use that. But by the time I've got that, I can just increase the size of my beastman army. Which means I probably should get some more core stuff painted. So I'll put the gorgon in the army and work out what I need to get painted to make it 1,000 points probably. So that'll be another army list to make. And then the final reason I want to make that 500 point army is so that I can take a gorgon in my chaos warriors army. So yeah, I want to know what I want to have that painted as a 500 point army. I think that I can just slot into my chaos warriors army as an allied contingent. And then, so in order to take, you can only have 25 points at 25 points, 25% of your army as an allied contingent. So if I need a minimum 500 point army to take a gorgon, that 500 point army is then 25% of a larger army for an allied contingent. So that means my chaos army needs to be 2,000 points, 1,500 of which will be chaos warriors, and the other 500 will be my allied contingent of beastmen, so I can get my gorgon. So yeah, I don't even know if Gorgon's any good, but I feel like it is good. It looked good. And then I read the rules. I liked it. So, yeah. That's all I have to say about that. Also, right, now I need to paint that bit long ones. So what's that? That's beastman. So I think I've got enough. I'm close to, I may or may not quite have a beastman army painted, a legal beastman army painted. So what, let me just try and count these armies now. Goblin army painted, check. Of whatever size, like 1,000 points maybe, including all my crappy goblins that I probably don't really want in my army, but I can use to make the numbers up. And my chaos army, my empire army, so that's 1, 2, 3, my dwarf army 4, my beastman army 5, my wood elf army 6. I do have enough painted Dark Elves, but they are a mishmash, whatever, of various standards of painting from over the years, because they've been my long-term army that I've had since I was a kid. So there's stuff in there which is just atrociously painted, but perfectly fine for playing games. But not perfectly fine for recording YouTube videos and making beautiful looking battles. So yeah, so I might have enough alright painted stuff to make an okay looking Dark Elf army. Maybe. But I don't know. Not much in good quality. I think I've probably got, I don't know how much is built and painted, but I was going to say I've got about 20,000 points of Dark Elves, but some of that is just barely built, like just a model attached to its base via some cunning mechanism rather than being a fully built model. So yeah, but I've certainly got enough models to make 20,000 points of Dark Elves. They just aren't all made. But yeah, so I'd like to. That'll be when Dark Elves become a core army, and you notice I'm saying when, because that will be a thing. But I'm not expecting it for a number of years. But that's okay, because clearly I've got plenty to do. When Dark Elves become a core army, I will gleefully put my Dark Elves together. And make a beautiful Dark Elf army, and they are due a beautiful looking army, because I now have a fair amount, as we've just counted. What was that like? I've got six enough models built and painted for 6 different armies that look decent, that I'm happy with, which I think is quite an achievement. I have got lots of models painted that look naff. Like I've got loads of orcs and goblins. I've got shed loads of Dark Elves. Yeah, those are the main ones. I've got Khemri that are built and sprayed but not painted. That's an army I should probably do at some point, because so I've got a Queen Khalida army, and they're all sprayed black because back in the day I used to just paint everything from black, but I probably should do like a zenithal highlight on them, and then just quickly paint them with contrast paints, and that would be quite a good easy army to get done. They're all built. I should work out how many points they are in the new rules. Obviously I don't have Queen Khalida anymore, so it's probably actually not a great army these days, because it mainly consisted of 3 large units of skeleton archers who all got poison arrows because they were Queen Khalida's archers. Now they don't. Well, yeah, Queen Khalida isn't in the rules, which is a bit sad because there's no reason why they couldn't have like made her one of the special characters on account of her being like several thousand years old. So she's definitely around. There we are. One day, in a future edition, they'll give us some rules. Might be like in White Dwarf or something. But yeah, so what have I got in my Queen Khalida army? I have got 3 units of 15 skeleton archers, because you sit there with them in a line of 15, and they've got a command group, and then when the enemy gets close, you reform them, and you used to be able to like do a reform move in the magic phase, which was no, I guess that was before the shooting phase. But yeah, you could do a reform when the enemy got close, and then just be a combat unit, because a skeleton archer unit was just as good in combat because they're an unbreakable undead unit, which was fine. So yes, that was the primary kind of thing with them. Just shoot with loads of poison arrows, and have like 3 lich priests, getting them to shoot twice every turn. Have a screaming skull catapult that you could shoot twice with every turn. A couple of tomb scorpions to jump up in the middle of the battlefield and disrupt the enemy. Just start killing, blow and poison and stuff. That was fun also. Casket of Souls, which used to affect everything that could see it, so that was awesome. Now it's just 1 unit, I think, if I recall. I obviously haven't used it yet. And Khalida in a unit of Tomb Guard with their killing blow. I mean, it was a quality army. I loved my army. 2,000 points. It was amazing. Bit sad that I can't use it anymore. But there we go. And it also never got painted. I just used to play with it painted black, and that was how I rolled mainly. I would very rarely paint stuff up, just because it was so much effort. I mean, you can see how long it takes me to paint anything. I think these guys have taken me, I don't know, what was it, like 4 hours to do the skin, another couple of hours to do the gobs, and then however long it takes to do this guy, these guys. Oh, he's got like tusk armour. I don't know. It's got to be armour, right? Because it's not, unless he's broken his teeth and these are replacement. Is this dental work? I mean, I guess it is dental work, but is it because he broke his teeth, or is it just because it looks cool? I mean, obviously it's because it looks cool, but does it have also more function than cool looking? Yeah, so I need to paint up my Khemri at some point as well. I also have an ogre army in a box I need to build at some point. Maybe, or I might give it to my son, but shh, don't tell him that. He won't watch this anyway. Yes, I don't have any Chaos Dwarves. I think that's probably the only army I don't have. I've got Skaven and Undead, all in boxes, but they're playable in that I could play with them by like standing them on bases. Because most of them are metal, and metal stuff you can just clip into a base and then it works fine. But they're not ready. They need building and painting and stuff like that. But the reason I've got those, my undead and my Skaven, is less because I'm interested in undead and Skaven. I'm not especially, but more because I wanted them for Warhammer Quest. So I basically, my undead and my Skaven are all of the bad guys from the Warhammer Quest tables. So I just bought all those so I could play epic themed Warhammer Quest games. And one day I may even paint them. I may even build them. Build them and paint them. They're more likely to get built than painted, not gonna lie. And they're more likely to get done in the not too distant future now that I'm playing Warhammer Quest with some friends. So that's cool. I was going to say we'll probably stick to orcs and goblins for a while, because we're all, well, we're not all level 1 actually. Everyone in the warband's level 2 apart from me, level 1. But like some of the Skaven are like level 1 bad guys. But that's okay because you can always make them like champions. And instead of being a unit of like clan rats that turn up, they're a unit of Skaven champions. That is a thing in Quest. They can all be like champions. And so your like level 1 monsters, you can make them, keep them going to like level 3 or 4 or something just by having them as champions. So that's alright, we do that. So yeah, so maybe that's the reason I may end up with like a Skaven or Undead army, is because they are made for Warhammer Quest, but if I do, well, when I do them, they'll just be enough to make an army with as well, probably. Not a good army, but an army. So yes, I think it's just Chaos Dwarves that I don't have any of. I mean, that's not strictly true. I have the rocket launcher, can't remember what it was, Death Rocket maybe. I have one of those randomly that I bought off a mate and then painted up because I like the look of it. But that's the only Chaos Dwarfs I've got, 2 Chaos Dwarfs in their rocket. I actually might have one plastic axe dwarf somewhere as well. I feel like I do. Plus I've got some a couple of Chaos Dwarfs for Blood Bolt, but I don't really know why I've got them. Just because they're good. And then the old ones, the pre-Big Hat Chaos Dwarfs. Oops. I would like to have a Chaos Dwarf Blood Bowl team at some point, but I just don't like the Games Workshop models. I really like some of the third-party models, but I am a little bit of a GW fanboy, I think. I don't know. I would get the like some third-party Chaos Dwarves. It would restrict me from using them in Games Workshop tournaments. I've only been to one Games Workshop tournament, but I got second place. So I don't know. I approved. So I've never done any tournaments before. Any tournaments. But yeah, so that was good. I do like Blood Bowl. It is one of my favourite Games Workshop games. But I definitely go through phases. I'm not in a Blood Bowl phase right now, but I am in a Warhammer Old World phase. Plus, I'm enjoying Quest as well. So yeah, there we go. Alright, we are getting there. Oh, it's got a fork on the end. which I did say I would paint yellow, and I am painting it yellow right now. Kind of feel like I should paint it with metal scratches. I say metal scratches, paint chips revealing metal underneath, but I really can't be bothered to do that. I just feel like I should. I don't want to. Okay, right, that goes done. 2 more left. Whew. I was looking at these guys earlier going, oh, I know I said I was going to paint them today, but I really can't be bothered. And I was like, I just need to get them done. So otherwise they'll be hanging around for ages. They've hung around for a lot longer than I wanted to. But I kept finding excuses not to do them. And just kept putting them off. And there's always like I'm just too tired. There's always a good excuse. But I'll be so pleased and I'll be so happy. One, I'll be happy with them when they're done. And two, I'll be so happy to have them painted and usable. And three, I'll be so happy that they're not there looking at me every day. I think next I'll paint the Mangler Squigs. I hope the Mangler Squigs won't take me too long. I feel like they shouldn't take me too long because they're mainly just all squig and I can just get that done in one session. At least the skin, all of the skin done in one session. If it takes me 2 sessions, it'll be skin in one session and then whatever's left in the next session. And I might, so I can do a bit of, can I brush in? I was going to say I could dry brush all the metal, but I'm not sure I do want to dry brush the metal actually. I don't know, we'll see. But I can probably do I'll dry brush the goblin's cloaks, because that's just how I've gone with all of these, and I haven't got bother to change it now, it's just too easy to do. So I'll do that first. Do I do the metal before the skin? Maybe I do the metal after the skin. Do the skin first, then touch any metal bits up with black and go over it. Anyway, that's really not today's problem. But yeah, I hope they won't take me too long. I feel like they shouldn't. And that'll be super cool to have the Mangler Squigs done. Because, I don't know, I just want to try them out. I've not tried them out. I've not used them, and they just look cool. I think I like their rules. Squigs just get progressively better and more rules as you go up. So like these squigs have got impact hits and like strength 5 attacks. 2 strength 5 attacks. Squigs have 2 strength 5 attacks. They're just amazing. Yeah, so good. And then the old joke with every cavalry is that like the mount always does better than the rider. Like with a unit of Bretonnian knights or something, they'll charge in and then like the knights will kill a guy and then the mounts will kill 2 guys. Yeah, so the joke is that the mount's better than the rider, but in this case the mount is actually way better than the rider. The goblin rider is rubbish, and the squigs are actually amazing. Kind of similar with Dark Elves actually. Not that Dark Elves are rubbish, but they ride cold ones. They ride freaking dinosaurs. That was one of my favourite thing about Dark Elves when I first started collecting them, was like right on the cover of the 5th edition Dark Elf book was this guy riding a massive dinosaur, and I thought it was like a T-Rex. I genuinely thought that they had like a T-Rex as their main guy, and then I realised that it's just a cold one. But it just looks so massive, and I thought it was a T-Rex. little disappointed. But I did make my own guy riding a T-Rex, aka Carnosaur. Yeah, when they brought the Carnosaur out for the lizard men, I can't remember when that was. Must have been about 2003, 2002, could have been 2002. I bought a Carnifex and put a Dark Elf on it, and finally realised my dream of having a Dark Elf on a T-Rex, as far as I was concerned. And then I don't think I ever played any games with him. I would have used him as if my opponent was happy for me to, I would have used him as a Dark Elf riding a Carnifex. I think, you know what? I did use him in a game of Warhammer Quest. But I think he just counted as a guy on a cold one. He was our final boss in one particularly cool quest game that we did. But yeah, alternatively, I could have counted him as a guy on a dragon. But I just want him in a... I do need to paint him at some point. I want him in a unit of cold ones. And I'd love him to be on a Carnifex. I feel like... I don't know. I feel like that's something they should... In my humble opinion, they should give Dark Elves access to like Carnosaurs, because they go hunting stuff in Lustria all the time. I feel like a Dark Elf would definitely be like, get me a Carnifex. Carnifex? Carnosaur, sorry, not Carnifex. Slipped into Tyranid world there. Yeah, I want a Carnosaur. And then just like lead an army or a unit of Cold One Riders from atop his Carnosaur and be like the biggest, baddest elf on a dinosaur. I feel like that's definitely something a Dark Elf, like a Dark Elf Cold One Knight. You can't tell me, given the opportunity, would not go after a Carnosaur if he was in Lustria. So would he. He leads my Corsair army, my Beastmaster / Corsair army that goes into Lustria hunting big game. That's my background for him anyway. I will finish that army at some point. I've got it made. It's all built. It's just not painted. Which is good, actually. It's a good thing it's not painted, because it means I can do a good job on it these days. Because I'm a lot better these days than I used to be. But yeah, I don't know what I'll use him as. Or, I mean, if I just play with friends, then I can use him as a dude on a console. Yeah, that's my dream. Oh, getting brown everywhere now. I've got enough Blackguard models, and these are the old metal Blackguard models, to make an army of Blackguard. I was going to do like Malekith's personal army at some point, and just have every unit made up of Blackguard models with like crossbows and spears and stuff like that. I don't know how many Blackguard I've got. Quite a few. See, I've never really rated Blackguard, except I think, was it 8th edition? They made Blackguard really good and gave them like 2 attacks or something. And then they were good. What has always frustrated me with Dark Elf Blackguard is they're strength 3 and they get +1 strength in their halberd. Whereas what have I forgotten the name? Executioners are strength 4 and they've got great weapons. They get +2 strength. So the Blackguard with their halberd only get as strong as the base strength of Executioners. Why are Executioners strength 4? They don't even need strength 4. They've got great weapons. They'll be alright with strength 3. Make Blackguard strength 4, so that they can get strength 5 with their halberds. It's just always seemed lame to me, but whatever. What seems particularly lame right now is that executioners, the guys who basically invented Killing Blow with their executioner's axes for literally taking people's heads off, don't have Killing Blow anymore. What is that about? They've got Cleaving Blow. You don't get an armor save from Cleaving Blow, but they don't have Killing Blow. That's the worst move. Not that I'm passionate and biased about my Dark Elves or anything, but come on, take Killing Blow away from a unit that's designed to have Killing Blow. Executioners, they're called executioners because they execute people by chopping their heads off, and you take away their Killing Blow. That's a poor move on my. That is the thing that I dislike about this edition. However, I've got plenty of core armies to play with that I'm hoping by the time Dark Elves become a core army, and I've finished doing all the other armies, finished in air quotes, doing all the other armies, they'll have repented of their sin of making executioners not have Killing Blow, and I won't ever have played any games with them without them having Killing Blow, and they have Killing Blow by the time I stop playing with them again. So yeah. Alternatively, I'll just do my Corsair army, which doesn't have any executioners in and then not care, which is also an option and perfectly fine. Right, okay, that is the... Is it the hardest part? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe the next layer is going to be equally as hard because I don't have to paint as much, but I do need to be more careful with the next layer. So yeah, there we go. Right, let's move on to the yellow. So I'm not sure, I don't think I can bring myself to go straight to yellow from this, so we'll do a mix, half and half mix, I think. Probably too much water. If I'm putting this on, where am I not painting? So what's this going to look like? Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. See, the dark recesses are more this colour than that colour on him. So maybe I'm doing this in most of the places except the deepest, darkest recesses. Yeah, maybe. is basically like just painting everything I just did. But with this layer, maybe I should have done this layer first. Did I suggest that as an option? I don't remember. Either way, it's fine. It's all good. You can learn from my mistakes. So if you paint yours yellow and this colour works, then you can just go straight for this colour. I feel like I can be a little bit more liberal with this colour though, because I don't have to do it all completely, because the brown looks okay anyway in any patches that I miss, so that's fine. You know what, I think the next army that I'll do after, the next army that I'll actually put any effort into painting stuff for will be my dwarves, because dwarves are the next army that's coming out. And it makes sense to just focus on the armies that are out and coming out. So I probably should have done like my Bretonnian or my Khemri as the first armies. But so I mean I could do a quick Khemri army at some point, spray them white, put some contrast paints on them. Contrasty bone. I feel like I probably could have just left the dark colour in that recess there. I probably should have done. Don't know why, but I feel like that one was more geared towards being the dark brown in the gap. But when I say it looks fine there, but when I put the light yellow on, it's going to look really dark in there. So maybe, I don't know, I'm just painting it anyway. I'll probably look naff now. We'll see. I don't mind it under the shoulder pad though. We'll have to see how it turns out. It doesn't matter. I think I probably won't do anything about it if I don't like it as much, because these are just my troopers. Okay, that didn't feel like that took so long, so maybe it's going to be fine. Well, it doesn't look, it still looks like he's just brown. It kind of looks like this did at the time when I did it, but yeah, whatever. One down. Okay, this is going to take a while. I mean the overall process, not necessarily this particular layer. It'll be fine. Oops, just got it on his leg. See, I'm quite happy with the pace that subscriptions are coming in. For some reason they've picked up recently, I don't know what it is. But I've had 2 come in since I started this video. So that's cool. So thank you to people who are subscribing, I appreciate it. It's cool to know that the stuff that I'm doing is actually stuff that people are interested in. So I appreciate that. I like being helpful, being able to give people something useful, something interesting. Hopefully this is a mixture of interesting and useful. I guess if people are watching it, I mean if you're watching right now, we're like, I don't know, way over an hour into this video, and if you're watching it, then that's cool. That means you're getting some value out of this, whether it's because you're interested in the painting. Obviously painting yellow is uncommon colour, one that tends to be quite tricky, and we're yet to see how good it looks in this video. But yeah, so I guess that's quite a valuable thing to learn how to paint. I don't know, it always used to be tricky. Maybe it's fine, maybe these paints just make it really easy, and that's why I'm not finding it too hard to do. Yeah, and then obviously you may just like listening to my rambling. Some of it, I know a few things, so some of it is quite, hopefully, of a bit of interest. Got a little bit further into that hole than I intended to, like in it at all. Do I leave his mouth? Yeah, I feel like I should leave that bit, because that's like an actual, should be quite a deep recess. So I think that should stay brown and not go this yellow ochre. That's essentially what this is, yellow ochre, I think. Although on there it just looks brown, so maybe it's not quite yellow ochre. But compared to the brown that I'm painting it over, it does look more of the yellow ochre colour. I wonder what ochre means. What is ochre? The kind of questions that I can't do anything about whilst I'm in the middle of painting something with lots of wet paint. That one do. See, this again, if this was a live stream, you could look it up for me and tell me what yellow, like what ochre is. Is it a thing? Is it I don't know. Must be a thing that it's named after, but what does ochre mean? And I probably won't remember to look it up after this video. So, if you fancy looking it up and putting it in the comments, let me know. And then at the very least, I'll be prompted to Google it myself. Now, I say Google it, so with the advent of large language models and AI being built into everything, that's quite a good way to find stuff out on the internet these days. So there is an app called Perplexity, where you can just go on the Perplexity website. Basically what it does is, if you search for something like you would a Google search, it basically goes away and does a whole bunch of Google searches and finds the best results, and does like a ChatGPT summary of them and tells you, like, gives you links to all of the different places it found it out. And that's cool. So there you go. Go on Perplexity and type in what is yellow ochre, and then you can do like follow-up questions. What is ochre? See what it says. Let me know. There you go. Give me your homework now. Fastest finger first, anyway. Who knows, maybe I'll find out in a few days' time once this video drops. And someone's managed to listen this far through it and still going. And can be bothered to actually look it up. And no, there is no pressure to do it really. But if you've got nothing better to do. What is ochre? Here's another question then. In lieu lieu of this being a live stream, we can just interact in like very slow, like the slowest conversation since instant messaging was invented. But I can ask you a question. You can respond in the comments if you so please. But here's a question. Why are you watching this video right now? What is it? What reasons or reasons are you watching this video? Is it just because you like Old World, I guess? It's because you like I mean, these are examples. You can definitely give me different reasons. Is it because you like Age of Sigmar and you're painting Boingrot Bounderz? Is it because you like the you collect the Stormbringer magazines, and yeah, you want to paint your Bounderz? Is it because you like I say, you like Old World, and you're interested in orcs and goblins? Maybe it's because you like AOS and you're just interested in whatever they're called these days in AOS. I actually do not know. Moon Clan? Something like that? No, I did. I mean, I did know. I've forgotten. Because I don't collect Age of Sigmar. Or is it because you just like Old World, you're not bothered about orcs and goblins, but you like listening to my rambling? And it's quite useful to have on in the background. Is it you wanted to know how to paint yellow and you saw me painting yellow on this and thought, oh, I'll go have a look and see how I paint yellow? That could be a reason. There's loads of different reasons. So yeah, if you're up for it, let me know. It'd be interesting to find out what it is, why it is you're watching this video, in lieu of being able to have that actual conversation as like a live stream kind of conversation. We can just have it very slowly, and I'll respond to you when I see your message in a few days' time when this video actually goes live. But yeah, we'll just have a slow conversation, or at least it'll start slow. Once we're in the comments, then it can be a much quicker conversation. It'll only take hours to respond to each other instead of days, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? I don't feel like we're making bad progress on this yellow layer. I will feel much happier painting actual yellow over this colour now. The other one was just that bit too dark. But this is a much better kind of base layer. I mean, I am leaving the dark brown like under the shoulder pad still, and in the mouth cracks and stuff, where it should be really dark. I say really dark. Yeah, I mean quite dark. Now, if you are someone who's here because of the yellow, I'm painting the yellow. I have done a couple of other videos painting yellow. One is painting the war boss. Yeah, like I've done, this is probably my fourth video painting yellow now. Clearly I'm a yellow addict. I did Walloper and his one-hit wonder, a couple of live streams, but be warned, they're in standard definition and not high definition, so the quality is not you won't see as much detail watching those, so apologies for that in advance. I painted Git Track Ed Splitter, painting the boss, I think it's called, and basically use this approach to paint his yellow. But I also did Grincrack, this guy here, and I used a different approach to paint the yellow on this guy. It looks really stark. It's actually far more blended, but yeah, it's looking really stark on there. But I'm particularly pleased with his boots. Anyway, so you'll notice. So this is the yellow we're going for today, and this is the yellow I used on Grincrack, and you notice it's a much more muted yellow. So if you want to see how to paint a more kind of muted, more natural yellow, this is more kind of cartoony almost yellow. Then yeah, if you want to see that style, go and check out the Grincrack, painting Grincrack videos, and there's one how to paint his yellow. So there you go. Top tip, if you're here for yellow, that gives you an alternate method. One of these days, I'll have to try out putting the links that come across the top of the video. But one, I don't know how to do it, and two, I never remember that I want to put one in by the time I come to upload the video. So one of these days, I'll be like, oh yeah, I wanted to put a link in, let me put a link in. But until that happens, there's not going to be any links in my videos, because I never remember. There you go. I don't know if you can put them in retrospectively. Maybe you can. Maybe I can go back to other videos, older videos, or maybe I can go back to a video after it's published and put it in. I think I might be able to do that, you know. So if you ever come across a video where it'd be useful to have a link to something that I've talked about, pop a comment in and I'll have a go and see if I can do it. Particularly on this one as well. I'll put a link to those other videos that I've just mentioned, painting yellow, and that can be my practice, putting links in videos. So yeah, if you wanna give me a hand and help me out with that, that'd be cool. Appreciate that, because it's something that I'd like to do, but I never remember about doing it, or remember when and where. So whatever time this ends up being in the video, if you could note that as well, that'd be amazing. Otherwise, I have to go looking through. But yeah, so if you're here right now, at this point in the video, what's the timestamp? So I know when to put those links in. And I'll have a go, I genuinely will. Have a go at putting the links in and see how I get on. I don't know if you notice what I'm doing, but I got paint in that hole. Yellow paint on the bottom grill, so that's me just trying to get it out. I washed my brush off, cleaned it. At first I blew into the hole to try and see if that would clear it out, but it didn't. And then I washed my brush and dipped my paintbrush in the hole to clean it. Right, now let's see if I can go around the hole without filling it in. Although I've got lots of paint on my brush and it's quite fluid. So it's just as likely to go and fill that hole in again, which isn't very sensible particularly. There we go. This is like studded leather this guy's wearing. But I'm painting it yellow. I mean, you can have yellow studded leather, right? Probably. Oh, I got it on his skirt or dress or robe. Robe's probably a better word for it. Also, swinging the paintbrush around underneath uncontrollably, and will definitely paint another goblin by accident with my yellow brush if I'm not careful, which I'm not. I'm not being careful right now. Right. Let's see. We're almost there. I say almost there. We're halfway there with this colour. I have got a feeling that we're just going to finish the goblins today. I think I'll be too tired to do the bases, but that's okay. That's okay. We're making gradual progress. We finished the squigs last time. We finished the goblins today, and then we'll do the bases in one more video. And what will that have been? 4 videos. 1 to paint the red, 1 to finish the squigs, 1 to finish the goblins, and 1 to finish the bases. This is a lot longer than I was expecting. You know what? I was hoping to get them finished in the first. I just do 1 painting video. I was like, you know what? I could probably get them all done in 4 hours. So I saw a statistic that said, or I saw a study, sorry, that said things normally take, on average, 3 times longer than you expect. It was like 2.7 or 2.9 or something like that, times longer than you expect, than you anticipate. So what did I was thinking I could get them done in 4 hours. So 3 times longer is 12 hours. I don't think it's going to take that long. It's going to take that long? How long? No, not that long. But not far off that long, actually, maybe. I don't know. I even got my static grass and my glue ready. The down beside me was like, yeah, I'll get to the bases, I'll do them, I'll finish them today. I didn't finish them today. They're not getting finished today. But I will finish the goblins. I've got the armour to do, and then like some bits on a couple of lances. Yeah. I was overly optimistic. Way optimistic, particularly with my first estimate. I feel like, yeah, I'll get them done in 4 hours. 4 hours. It took me 4 hours to do Walloper. One guy. And he's about the same size as one of these guys. So, yeah, by rights. But I'm not, I feel like I'm not putting as much effort, not quite as much effort, almost as much effort, damn it, as I did on Walloper on each of these guys. But, yeah, it was way too optimistic to think I'd get them all done. Get 7 guys done in the same amount of time it took me to do 1 guy. I just thought I'd cut enough corners to shave all that time off. Wow, which I will shave some time off, because if I was doing them the same speed as a Walloper, that's what, 4 times 7? That's lots, like 28. I'm not going to spend 28 hours on these guys. Honest. 12 hours at most, and I don't think I'll spend 12. What did I say? It's like 2.7. I think it's like 2.7 times the on average how long you expect something to take. So maybe that's about right. What's that, 8, 9, 10, or almost 11 hours? Maybe. Could end up taking that long. So if we did, first video was 4 hours long, let's say. I think it was about 4 hours. Oh, you know what? I don't remember now. You know, I do have it in front of me somewhere. Let me have a quick look on my computer. First one was just under 3 hours. So not 4 hours, so just under 3 hours. Second one was just over 2 hours. So let's say that's 5 hours between them. 5 hours. I need to mix up some more of this paint. Oh no! I didn't shut my yellow! Alright. Bear with. Alright, cleared up after that. Error. That was definitely a bad move on my part. I forgot. I didn't close the yellow because I wasn't sure if I'd mixed enough in that time, and then I just forgot to close it. Never mind. Okay. So whilst I was cleaning, for some reason I remembered High Elves. I was thinking, that's an army that I've not really done. I have an Island of Blood set that I haven't opened. And yeah, I've never really liked the High Elf models because for the most part they've never lived up to the artwork. However, they did release some really nice ones, like the Sky Cutters, very nice. The Phoenixes, very nice. And I had something else in my head. Oh yeah, the Dragon. At the time it was very nice. The Dragon Ace came out in 7th edition, and I thought it was awesome. Yeah, so, but for the most part, the elf models, and I guess they were quite dated. But yeah, the models were just big hands, big heads, quite a little bit ugly looking. But actually, I never really got too up and close with the 8th edition ones. I imagine they were probably a bit nicer. Like they did the what are the shadow guys called? The Rangers. Not Rangers, but you know what I mean. The guys from Nagarath. Shadow Warriors, that's right. I don't know what they were like. Were they good? But what I do know is the guys in Island of Blood were nice. So like the Sword Masters, very nice. The Sea Guard, very nice. So yes, that's why I've got the Island of Blood, because I thought they looked really nice, but they're still in box because I've never actually done anything with them. I don't know why I'm still going. I do know why I'm still going. The colour's not quite as dark as the previous batch. That's why I'm still going. But I don't need this much colour. I'm just trying to make it the right colour. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so High Elves. I would like to do a High Elf army at some point. Now, in 7th edition, you could get a lot of dragons in a High Elf army, because the Dragon Mage was a rare unit. But I've had a look, and in Old World, it's just a character choice. But you can, so I did work out in 2,000 points of High Elves, you can get 4 dragons. You just would have characters with nothing. But you can have 4 dragons. And you know what? Does it matter if they've got nothing? There's 4 dragons. So, I mean, that's quite cool. And, I mean, I've got at least 4 Dark Elf dragons. I could make it with my Dark Elves and say they're from Nagarath. Make a Dark Elf army using High Elf rules, just so I can have 4 dragons in it. We could do that. Maybe I should do that. That wouldn't be too hard an army to paint. I've got... Yeah, so I've got Malekith on dragon. I've got Beast Lord Rakarth on dragon. I've got 2... So a pair of dragon riders, which in my own Dark Elf, in my background for them are brothers. So you've got Azkar and Drasilth, Askar is the oldest brother, who is like responsible for all of the family stuff. He's heir of all the family's domain and responsible for things. And Drasilth is the younger, hot-headed brother who's jealous of his older brother, obviously. So I always used to use Askar with the Blade of Ruin, which was 50 points. So you could have 100 points. I think that's the same in Old World. But you could have 100 points on your Lord characters. So I used to take Drasilth with the Blade of Ruin, because that's a sword of no armor saves, and that's just cool. And I've noticed that still exists. It's just like 75 points or something instead. No, maybe it's 65 points. But it's more than 50, so you can't get it and another 50 point item. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. And then the other 50 points I'd spend on like the Black Amulet or something that gave you a 5+ ward save. And that was a pretty hard Dragon Rider. And then Drasilth would have the Executioner's Axe and the Blood Armour. So his axe would basically just make his blood armour, because the blood armour used to get better with every wound you caused. Your armour save got 1 better. So after his first round of combat, he'd have like 2+ armour save or something. Maybe not quite 2+, but it was pretty good. And the Executioner's Axe, that I can't even remember what it did. Made you like double the strength of your opponent's toughness or something like that. I don't know. I might have made that up, but it was something good. It was like 70 points or something, 75 points. So you couldn't get. So that's why I had the blood armor, because you couldn't afford anything particularly good. So that was cool. And so they were my pair of Dragon Riders. And then I did make a. So those are on the old plastic dragons, the same one that Malekith rides. But I converted them both, so Askar's one was like swooping over a tree. It was really hard to convert these old plastic dragons to make them look like they were doing something cool. And Drasilth's one is like landing, so is like almost straight, but straight up, as if it's like landing down for some reason. I don't know why, but I thought it looked cool. So I've got those two plus the other Malekith and Rakarth. Rakarth was the 5th edition Dark Elf Dragon Lord. Malekith was the 6th edition Dark Elf Dragon Lord. So I got those guys. Plus I made I took one of the High Elf Dragon Mages and turned it into a Dark Elf riding a dragon. So that's 5 Dark Elf Dragon Riders. I've got the newest Dark Elf Dragon Rider in a box. The one which you can make a sorceress or a Lord on. I might make a sorceress, but I don't. The sorceress looks janky. But I might make a sorceress. Maybe I'll see if I can make a good looking sorceress. Because like the fact that dragons now give you wounds is very cool. A wizard with lots of wounds is not to be sniffed at. So I might make a sorceress on dragon, maybe. I mean, I don't need any more dragon riders. So to have a 6th one, I might as well do it as a mage. Although arguably Malekith is a mage. But yeah, so there we go. So I've got 6 Dark Elf Dragon Riders. So I feel like I can make that. 4 Dragon Rider army, and then see what else I could get in the army. That's all I cared about, was like, how many dragons can I get in 2,000 points in a High Elf army? Yeah, it turns out it's 4. So maybe I will use my Dark Elves as High Elves and do that army. Don't know what else I'd put in it though. It's not like I've got archers. I guess I could use Dark Riders as Silver Helms or something. We could do that. Yeah, what would I have? What else would I have in the army? You know what? I did work it out. It didn't have as much stuff as I wanted. I was like, oh yeah, I want to have like the eagle chariots, whatever they're called. What are they called? The Northern Sky Cutters, there we go. Yeah, I wanted to have some of those. I wanted some Frostheart Phoenixes, or any Phoenixes, to be honest. I feel like I went with Frostheart in the end. Yeah, I just wanted basically as many flying things as possible. So I think I probably did have silver helms, but it doesn't feel like I did have silver helms. I had one bolt thrower, so I had 1 or 2 phoenixes. I had 1 bolt thrower. So 2,000 points, you can have 25, so 250 points of, no, 500 points of rare. So I think I had 2 phoenixes and a bolt thrower as my rare choice for my 2,000 points. Yeah, 4 dragons, 2 phoenixes, a bolt thrower. I don't think I managed to afford any, no, I don't think I did manage to afford any sky cutters because I wanted the phoenixes. Rightly or wrongly, maybe I should have gone for sky cutters. I mean, it's literally just an army list that I could change at any point because I haven't got any of the models anyway. I don't know what I'd use with phoenixes in a Dark Elf army. Definitely don't have any phoenixes, but I do have a manticore, but it's got a rider on, and I also have a Pegasus with rider. 2 Pegasus with rider. Maybe I could use the Pegasi. One's got Marathi on, and the other one's got just a lord. So I could use Pegasi as my phoenixes. I've definitely got bolt throwers. I have got shed loads of bolt throwers, like maybe 12 bolt throwers, because Dark Elves. Because I've got 4 of the old ones, and then like I bought enough to have a set of bolt throwers in each army that I was planning on making. So yeah, I got lots of bolt throwers. Yeah, so I could use Pegasus as phoenixes. I felt like I might have gone for Lothern City Guard, but I don't know. I probably went for something faster than that. Must have been Silver Helms that I went for. In which case I can use Dark Riders for that. So maybe I can make this army with High Elves, Dark Elves. High Elf army with Dark Elves. And just say it's Nagarath. He. Chuckle to my Dark Elf self under my breath. Yeah, we're High Elves. That's the most Dark Elf thing to do. Just ask the dwarves. That'd be so funny. I should do a Dark Elf High Elf army. It would amuse me greatly. Particularly because of the precedent of the War of the Beard. I'm so tempted to do that now. And take it to Games Workshop. I feel like a tournament would be like, yeah, they're High Elves, wink wink, nudge nudge, honest. It means I'd finally get a bunch of my Dark Elves painted. Wow, my dragons anyway. I've got 1 dragon painted. Of the many dragons, only 1 is painted. And even then, the dragon is literally just left black. I didn't know how to paint black at the time. You could argue I still don't. No, it's not true. I do know how to paint black. Right. I don't even know what time it is. I took my clock off my wall. So, in my first videos, if you've ever seen any of my first videos, you may notice that the thumbnails say experimental video beware, because I didn't really know what I was doing for YouTube. And I learned a bunch of lessons, such as take the clock off the wall because it ticks and you can hear it in the video. So my clock is off my wall. Another one being don't sit on the squeaky chair. So I sit on a really like a dining chair, and it's really painful to sit here for hours because my comfy chair squeaks, and you could hear it in the videos. Every time I moved it would squeak, and it was like, oh, that's lame. So one, I don't have a comfortable chair to sit on because it squeaks, and two, I'd never know what the time is because my clock is hidden in my bathroom, so it doesn't make noise during the video. So although that's definitely an over-exaggeration because I could just look at my computer. It's just nice and easy to glance up at a clock and see what the time is, whereas on a computer it takes a bit more than a glance. I have to like search for the clock and try and read it. But I'll do that now. What is the time? 10:15. I'm sure earlier on in this video I said it was something past 8 or like 8:30 or something. So that means we've been going for like 2 hours. I did take like a 10-minute break to clean up all that yellow. Oh dear. Very disappointing. Still, I don't use much yellow paint really, so it's still going to last ages. I probably won't use it all before it dries out, to be honest. But yeah, I need to get these, just the goblins finished before I'm too tired. And it's time to go to bed. I saw a hair on this guy's tooth. There it is. Oh, it's actually stuck on and painted. Interestingly, this paint feels really dark now. It did look like when I first started, it looked like bright yellow. I mean, maybe it is darker than the previous layer. It's about the same. It's probably barely any difference. And I just put it on one of the other goblins to see. But it's basically the same colour. But yeah, now it feels really dark. Maybe it's because I had yellow all over my hands and been reminded what colour yellow is. Right, so I think we've got 2 more layers. One is yellow. Do I go pure yellow? It's either a pure yellow or a just off pure yellow. And then a mix with white. That's where I think we're heading. Yeah, I might have to be a just off pure yellow. I'm not sure I can bring myself to put a pure yellow directly over this. I might leave this guy's mushrooms till I paint the other mushrooms on their bases and do them all in one go. That's my excuse for not doing them tonight. Yeah, I think I'm going to be too tired to do those. Getting there with this guy though, just need to finish his hat and then we've got this layer done. That's good. Oh yeah, I still need to paint his horns. Forgot about that. Yeah, I should get those done tonight. They won't be too much effort to paint. I feel like I'm painting over everything on my light. My light, so every time I go up like that, and I accidentally like leave paint on my light, it gradually gets dimmer and dimmer as it runs out of space that's not been painted. I would say that's an exaggeration, but it's genuinely true. It has got loads of paint on the light. For how long I've had this anyway. I've got yellow paint on his ear. That's sad, but I might just get over it and decide to be not sad about it anymore and just pretend it's fine. I feel like that's a valid approach. I went a bit too deep into his visor there though. I don't approve of that. There you go. That's better. Right, so close to being done with this colour. That's good. And then we're just on to more like actual yellow colour. For this next layer, it's going to be swings and roundabouts. I just put my finger all in it. In that, it's probably, I have to be more delicate with it because I have to go in the right places and not in the wrong places, more so than this. Oh, come on. I'm making messes that I don't want to be making there, really. But it might be quicker because I don't have to cover as much stuff. I don't know, I feel like it's probably going to be a longer layer. We shall see. But that is this layer done. Let's just clean out his visor. I feel like I just made it worse. Yeah, that was a bit better. Cool. Alright. I was going to say last stage, but I don't know if it is the last stage. Oh, it's the almost last stage. What is the paint like under here? Okay, the layer underneath is all wet, so that's okay. So this layer is going to be basically just yellow, but with a smidge of brown in it to take the edge off. That's what I think. I don't think I want to put that straight on that. It'll be too stark a contrast. So I'll nick some of that and mix it in with this. Barely made a dent. Okay, that might be enough. Yeah, that's probably fine. There's enough difference between that and that, I think, now. That might be too much water. But is there enough? Is there too much difference between those two? No, this is fine. This is fine. We'll be okay. Right. Now we're leaving all of the gaps. We shall paint no recesses. This is the first proper yellow layer. All of the other layers so far have been base layers. 4 base layers. We've done 4 base layers. We did a black first, just to prime the model. Then we did Rhinox hide to give us a brown layer as a base. Then we did Mournfang brown to give us a brown layer as a base for the yellow. Then we did a Mournfang yellow to give us a brown layer as a base for the yellow. I think if you're going to paint your own ones, I would start with the half and half brown mixed with yellow. That seems to me like the best place to start, and I should have done that. Really? Because I've just basically painted over and over the stuff that I've painted lots already. So the black, the Rhinox, and the Mournfang layers are basically all gone. There's like some smidges here and there, but for the most part, they are not being used. So you could probably get away without any of those layers. I say that, I would definitely start by spraying it black, but you can probably go straight up to the yellow and yellow-brown mix, and you will not be missing anything, I don't suspect. So that's essentially where we've landed as a base layer. He's got another bit of fluff on his nose. Well, not his nose, on his hat. His hat's nose. So for this layer, what I'm trying to do is leave all the recesses, which includes, got me, around his, what's it called? Rivet. Whatever device this is holding is draw onto his helmet, except I'm not convinced that's actually what it's doing, but it's yeah, the intention was to go around the rivet. leave a brown gap around that rivet. I just failed, was all. Keep hitting the light with the end of my brush. This is very hard to do down here. Not much space between everything, and I also almost just rubbed it all off his nose. Okay, that'll do down there. Got a little bit too close to that gap. Just smeared it all in. I definitely wanted to leave that. Now, if that was a recent scratch, then it should be like silver, but I'm painting it as a scratch that's happened, and he's painted over it. He's painted his armour since he got that scratch or dent. That's my theory. If I actually got any paint on my brush there. Oops. I'm just trying to fix this rivet again. I keep going too close. Just going too close, like Icarus flying too high. Okay, yeah, there we go. So that's the first guy's yellow done. Apart from maybe up around the back of his shoulder pad. It's not really a shoulder pad. Is it a shoulder pad? Is it on his shoulder? I feel like I just making more problems when I do that. There we go. Alright, first guy's yellow. Basically done. I'll do a layer of highlighting, but he's more or less there. So that's cool. Hooray! Right, one down, 6 to go. We can do this. Let's see how long it takes per guy. What is it? 10:36, probably almost 10:37. This guy's got the same, he does have exactly the same arm here. Because it's got all the same patterns on. Right, let's do his face, I think. too much on there. It's definitely going to go in all these holes if I'm not careful. And I feel like I'm not being particularly careful. The sound of concentration. Not enough concentration. It's that time of the night now where I'm making silly mistakes. And I've got to the bit where I should be more, need to be more delicate. So it's a bad combo, I think. Also, I've been painting for hours. I realised I didn't finish my ramble about high elves. So the models never did justice to the artwork, because like in the artwork they were slender and just really cool looking, but the models were always quite fat and never particularly slender. Like I say, apart from some of the new Isle of Blood ones, which are really nice. But things like in Age of Sigmar, so the high elf equivalents in Age of Sigmar with which Teclis is a part of, I can't remember what they're called, and like worship the cow or have the cow god type things. Those models are very nice, very slender, very good elf looking. So I do look forward to the day, one day, when they do a nice new range of high elves. They're all slender like that, and then I will get a high elf army. Until then, I use my Dark Elves as high elves probably. Oh, come on. I've got too much paint on my brush, that's why I'm making these mistakes. Wow, and I'm a bit tired now. Yes, if these guys were characters and I was going to spend more time in them, I probably wouldn't leave the crease quite that dark. I'd probably do another layer or two between these two layers. But there we go. I've already done way too many layers of yellow than I needed to, as previously discussed. And I call it yellow loosely, even though they were definitely brown. has just amused me. I don't know if you could hear it. But my kitchen is downstairs, directly down beneath where I am recording. And I can hear my daughter humming the Thomas the Tank Engine, classic Thomas the Tank Engine tune. And I don't know if she realises she's humming it. She's 17. I can't imagine when she last watched Thomas the Tank Engine. Probably came up on like a TikTok feed or something. But that's amusing. I used to love Thomas the Tank Engine when I was a kid. Narrated by Ringo Starr. It was amazing. With the actual models these days, they're all like computer animated. Not as good as an actual train set. Best thing. I loved it. It was awesome. I think that probably does date me. That was definitely an 80s series. There we go. It's fine. It is what it is. Now I've got Thomas the Tank Engine tune stuck in my head. I'm having to restrain myself from humming it or dooting it, as the case may be. I desperately want to, but I also don't, all at the same time. What are we? This one's number 3. We are getting there. We are getting there. Yep. Once I finish this yellow on these guys, I am calling it a night. For sure. I still haven't done the horns on the boss. His helmet. I think his horns are going to have to wait till another day, and my excuse will be I'm going to paint it at the same time as I paint the bones on the 2 guys that have got skulls on their bases. And yeah, I use the same paints. I mean, I don't have to mix it twice, right? I say twice loosely because I've already painted the teeth on all of my squigs. But there we go. It feels valid to me. Yeah, this will essentially have been the yellow episode. But I painted this skin as well. didn't take very long. And I've spent way too much time in this yellow. Unnecessarily. But at least that's been a lesson learned for you watching this, knowing that you can skip a couple of layers and just go straight to the yellow and brown mix as your base layer for the yellow. There we go. Useful lesson to learn there, I think. Whether I'll remember it for any future yellows that I have to do or not is something else. The answer is probably not. I feel like I try and remember this every time, that when I'm painting a light colour, I can just go in quite light with my base coat. I mean, I kind of alluded to it with the skin, right? Where I said they do that. The skin colours were quite similar, and yet they look good. But there we go. One day maybe I'll learn. Until that day, I'll carry on painting a million layers for stuff that doesn't need a million layers and could probably get away with like 2. I definitely did want to just do 2 layers for the yellow when I started, and I failed. Just like everything that tried to kill the metal, and they failed as they were struck down to the ground. Punk rock tried to kill the metal, but they failed. Now I've got the metal going through my head. I'm undecided if that's better or worse than Thomas the Tank Engine. I'm not gonna lie, I did like Thomas the Tank Engine. Quite partial to its theme tune. But I also like the metal. It feels more age appropriate too. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how those rivets have come out, but yeah, I think I prefer, I don't know. We'll see, maybe they'll look better once they've got the final highlight. Got a previous layer of yellow on his cloak. Oh, but it is scratching off quite well. That's good. You can't be bothered to repaint the bit you've done and just scratch it off. I'm not suggesting that as an actual tip, but just what I did because I was lazy. Oh, we're still on number 3. I thought we finished number 3 ages ago. Sad times. This guy's just got way too many rivets on. I was resting my chin on the camera stand, and then as I was talking, it was just wobbling it. That's how it's got to. This is where we're at. What's the time? almost 11. Almost 11? I should definitely be in bed. back and looked at my phone to see if I actually was recording. Oh dear. No, yeah, I am past it. Clearly past it. But I must finish the yellow. Am I going to... I don't know. I've got a feeling it's going to be like half an hour before I finish this layer of yellow. And I'll be definitely too tired to do the next layer, I reckon. Yeah, which will be a shame. But what I can do is finish the next layer another day and not upload the video and attach it to the end of this video. Yes, we could do that. That is a plan. I can pretend and be like, yeah, it's still the same day and I haven't gone to sleep and recuperated, ready to finish this at all. Well, now I'm just rubbing it off. Yeah, we can do that, and you'll be none the wiser. You won't know that I've actually had a sleep in between painting sessions. It'll be beautiful, and I can pull the wool over your eyes and completely get away with it. That's how it works, right? The only problem is, I don't think I'm going to get round. Actually, no, maybe I could paint a bit more tomorrow. Like I say, I'm going to see Kung Fu Panda tomorrow, but we go in early evening. So I should be back by like, I don't know, 7 maybe. Then I can finish off the yellow. Maybe even finish them off. Maybe even, like I said at the start of this video, get them all completely done. And I might be able to just carry on and do the bases. And then it'd be like, I actually did what I said I was going to do at the start of this video. That'd be crazy. Just because I did it in one video instead of 2. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. You'll know by the time you watch this anyway, what I did. For now, I'm just speculating. Oh, my neck really hurts. Must power through. Thankfully, I've got the metal playing inside my head. Keep me occupied. Oh. So my phone just decided to run out of storage space. So I just have to quickly free up some space. It's definitely, everything is pointing to finish up as quick as you can. Go to bed. It's the worst thing, isn't it? Like freeing up space on your phone. Because what do? I thought I'd had it sussed. I was like, you know what? Photos take up loads of space. So what I'll do is I will pay for some increased iPhone storage, iCloud storage, and then just move everything to the cloud. But it doesn't work like that. You have to have everything stored on the cloud and on your phone. If you delete it in one place, it deletes in the other. It's like, oh, that's lame. Oh, look, he's got a ring there that I will completely forget forever and never paint. Right. So yeah, what's the point in having iCloud storage space if it just stores it all on my phone anyway? Very disappointing. Right, okay. Oh, all these rivets are the worst. probably could get away with not leaving it around the rivets, but oh, God, me, he's got 1 million rivets on him. What's his problem? I know what my problem is. It's him and his rivets. He's riveting. The Rivet King. Right, it is 11 o'clock now. How long is this guy going to take me? I can't remember which guy I decided to time. So that's no good indication of what the time is, or how long it's going to take. Silly little mistakes with my rivets. Also, almost painting my guys with the brush. Just poking out in their general direction. And I probably shouldn't care so much about it, but clearly I do. Right, I think do I come back to it? I probably should come back to it later when it's a little bit drier around this rivet, but I'm not. I'm doing it right now because I'm impatient, and all that's going to do is mean I make more mistakes. There we are. Okay, I didn't. Hooray. Right, what am I doing now? This is, I was going to say, is his helmet done? It's not, it's just the top of his helmet. Like, what is his helmet attached to? It's got a top and a bottom, but nothing kind of holding it together because his ears are in the way. Maybe there's a strap underneath there somewhere, holding the two halves together. Who knows? Oh, I didn't do the front of his cuirass with any painting, apart from the Rhinox hide. I can just ignore it. No one will ever see that it never got painted. I am very tempted to let that be a thing. I probably could get away with that as well. I might actually do that. You see that? He's got his... There you can see it. It's also full of studs, which I really don't want to have to paint around. Oh, I really am running out of stamina. In Diablo 2, I haven't played anything other than... so I've played Diablo 1, completed Diablo 1, played Diablo 2. Played Diablo 2. But I haven't played Diablo 3 or 4. Not because I don't want to, but times changed. And also probably none of my computers could handle it. Anyway, definitely sidetracked. What I was going to say was that they were the potions that I never used in Diablo, were stamina potions. So they used to either sell them or just leave them lying on the ground. Like, who wants to fill their inventory up with stamina potions? Someone must do, I guess. I've got better things to do in my inventory than fill them up with stamina potions. You can see I'm out of stamina because I haven't even cleaned up that rivet. It's triggering me a bit, but I'm just too tired to care now. Am I even going to make it to the next 3 today? Maybe not. I'm actually feeling like I should tap out right now and then just pick this back up tomorrow when I'm not mega tired. Oh, look at all these rivets. What am I meant to do about that? So many rivets. The answer is probably use a completely different approach to painting this and just ink it. Paint it all in one colour, put an ink over it, and then touch up afterwards. That's probably the right move. But I just don't have any inks. Okay, that's not strictly true. I don't have the right inks. Probably. Don't even know what the right inks would be. I don't know what the range of inks are these days, or washes, or whatever they're calling them. Cool, alright, we managed to paint all his rivets. How exciting. I say all his rivets. All the rivets on that part of his body. They'll look good once they're done though. That's the upside of putting all this effort in. It will look good. I am going to finish this bit on this lance and then call it a night, but I will not upload this video until they're finished. So what will happen is I'll just come back and start talking again as if nothing's happened. But really what will have happened is I will have gone to bed, had a sleep, gone to work, gone and watched Kung Fu Panda, and then come back and finish painting these guys. But I'll pretend like nothing has happened. Probably. No, it's not true. I can't do that. The last thing you want to hear is me moaning about how tired I am every 5 minutes. Come on, we're almost there. We can just finish this guy, and then we're done for the night. Cool, alright, there we go. This guy's yellow is done, as much as he's getting done tonight. Very good. Okay, cool. So we are 4 done, 3 to go. Yeah, we're getting there. So, like I was saying, I'll carry those on, and yeah, you won't even know I went anywhere. All right, it's actually been a weekend since I don't know, a few seconds ago in the video, and I am ready to start working on these guys again. So let's get ourselves a bit of space. And basically I just need to get this yellow finished on these 3 guys. So we'll do up to this layer, so that's the brown and yellow mix. This time I'm not going to shake the pot and get it everywhere. And then we'll do a highlight layer. And then I think we'll end the video. Because it has been, this video has taken way too long to do. In terms of, it's literally been a few days now. Because I think I was recording on Friday. Or was it Thursday? I don't know. It's now Monday. But yeah, there we are. Right, let's, I'm just going to adjust this a little bit. More space. Get these guys out of the way, pick one of these and mix up some paint. Right, so I've got this is the colour I'm going for. And I don't remember how much brown there was in it. It was quite, it was barely, this is not the half and half mix, is it? This is some yellow, yellow with a tiny bit of brown. That's the half and half mix. And we're going for mainly yellow now. Maybe that's too much brown on my brush. I don't know. Right, I'm just going to put some brown most of it here. Did that? No, that was just bits of dried brown. I thought that was splution. Let's take some yellow out. Okay, yeah, that's probably even a little bit darker. Yeah, that's about right. If you've persevered all the way through to this point in the video, I am very impressed. I actually, because obviously I've just started recording again, I have no idea how long the previous, or how long it's been so far. So completely lost it. I feel like it was about 3 hours. So yeah, up to this point in the video, my guess is 3 hours. I don't know, I'll probably find out at some point how good a guess that was. Right, so what are we doing? We are, yeah, I've got so much paint on my brush. This is not a good amount of paint for doing delicate painting, but at the moment we are basically painting all of the areas and leaving the brown in the recesses. At least that's where I think we were at, so that's what I'm doing. Ironically, it's actually 9 o'clock on Monday, so I started a lot later than I planned to. I've just done the Tomb Kings of Khemri lore video, which is actually the last lore video until I get some arcane journals, I guess. I probably will continue the arcane, the lore of the old world series once I've got those. But I don't have them at the moment. I realise I'm not particularly on camera. Yeah, I haven't got them. I'm almost got the Orc and Goblin one, but it's sold out. So then I didn't bother. I really should pick up the Khemri and the Bretonnian one though, because I do have a Khemri army. You know, I'm tempted to do, like, after I've finished this first 1,000 points of Night Goblins, I am tempted to do my Khemri, although I do want to do, I don't know, I'm undecided. Maybe I'll work out my next 500 points in my Goblin army, so maybe I'll work out up to 1,500 points and see what goes in there. Because I do kind of want to do my Doom Diver and probably the Snotling Pump Wagons, the metal one and the plastic Blood Bowl one. And maybe a Spear Chucker. And if I do a Spear Chucker, I want to make a Night Goblin crew for it. So whether that is green stuff in some cloaks on the existing goblin crewmen, which is probably what I would do, I guess. I've got no idea if I'm any good at green stuff in twigs, but you never know till you try. And what better than trying, like, whilst recording a video to potentially hundreds of people? That's clearly the best way to learn how to do something, rather than practicing in somewhere quiet, secluded, where no one's watching. But where's the fun in that, right? Yeah, so that's probably what I'll do. Let's see, is this yellow? This yellow's probably a little bit darker. Maybe I should add a little bit more yellow, but not for now. Maybe for the next guy, we'll brighten up a tiny bit, but not too much, because it's kind of right, but it is a smidge darker than the previous batch. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure how much stuff I'll fit in the next 500 points. Pump wagons are about 40 points, I think. So a couple of pump wagons is 80 points. And then did we say pump wagons get six shots with their throwing weapons? I think we did. It feels kind of cool. I'm trying to remember, there was something that was particularly cool because there were 6 crew. Maybe it was that, but I felt like there was something else. I can't think. And maybe it was just the throwing weapons. So they got 6 shots, but I felt like there was something else that made them, that was particularly good. There wasn't a way of giving them like poison attacks or something like that. That'd be cool. In fact, that would be amazing if you could give pump wagons poison attacks. I don't think you can though. Nothing I can think of. Obviously it would be a spell, but I don't know if there are any spells available to... I don't know if there are any spells that give you poison attacks, but I'm pretty sure there's no spells available to Night Goblin Shamans that give poison attacks. Or they've got illusion and wild magic. I think that's what Night Goblin Shamans get. Orc Shamans, apparently, because we just, yeah, so over the weekend, you may have seen it already, but we did a battle report, or played a 1,000 point battle with Chaos versus Orcs, my son's Orcs versus my Nurgle Chaos army, and it was a really, really good fun game. Yeah, so he just loves the battle magic lore because he loves Fireball and Pillar of Flame. So he didn't actually even take the wild magic. Something I've noticed is that I can't help taking a lore familiar on my wizard whenever I take a wizard. Because I just want to be able to choose my spells, and like for 30 points, being able to decide what spells I want is just, I don't know, feels like a no-brainer. Almost to the point of they should just increase wizards by 30 points and just let them all pick their spells. I feel like that would be an appropriate move. Maybe figures. Maybe that makes wizards too overpowered. I don't know. Is it overpowered to pick your spells? Because I don't think that can be true. Because when you, like during the game, if you've rolled the best spells, the guy still costs the same amount as if during a game you'd rolled rubbish, or spells that weren't particularly useful for you, let's put it like that. So either one is a fair matchup and one's not a fair matchup, or it doesn't matter. That light is flickering, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know why it's flickering. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It doesn't do it all the times, but it's definitely doing it right now. I'm not sure why. That might have sorted it. I just fiddled with the wire. And by fiddling with the wire, I mean I yanked it. It's a very high-tech method. I think that actually did sort it. That's good. I shall remember that high-tech approach for next time. If in doubt, yank the wire. I'm sure that's what all electronic manuals tell you for how to look after your equipment. Make sure you yank the wire regularly to resolve any faults. Right, I've just about come to the end of how useful it can be to paint with lashings of paint all over your brush. Now I have to clean it off and just put it on the tip and paint like a real person, or someone who actually knows how to paint. Still quite not sure I'm going to get it into that gap without getting it everywhere. Not quite, did get it on the edge, but you know what, it's fine. Yeah, if you haven't checked out our battle report, do check it out because it was really good. Lots of fun. I was just about to tell you stuff about the battle report, but that would be spoilers. But I imagine most people have seen it already. The battle reports are far more popular than the painting videos. I think partly because obviously these painting videos are particularly long, and they're not succinct. So it's not like this video is like, I'm going to teach you how to paint yellow. Here, do this, and then this. It's and then you've got a model. It's me painting a whole bunch of things and trying some things out. Sometimes failing miserably, sometimes doing alright. Like in this video, I've already painted these areas like 3 times, and now I'm painting them again. So each of these areas are now painted yellow. So like on this guy, let's say this guy, this was painted, this piece, and all the other yellow pieces, were first sprayed black, then painted Rhinox hide, then painted Mournfang brown, and then painted with a mix of Mournfang brown and whatever yellow this is. And that's the layer that's on top. So the previous 3 layers have just been completely covered over. I mean, not completely. You can see here there's probably actually 3. You've got the Rhinox hide and the Mournfang brown and then that layer. So you can just about see it, but I don't know. I don't know how beneficial that was on these like rank and file models. I'm calling them rank and file. They are rank and file, really. They're just like normal dudes. But obviously there's not like 30 of them. So they're less rank and file than like a spearman unit. But they're still rank and file models. And I probably shouldn't be spending ages on them if I want to get more stuff painted, which I do. Like, I'd happily paint 40 spearmen in one go and probably wouldn't take me as long as it's taken to paint these guys. But I just don't need another 40 spearmen painted in my army. Which is a shame, because when I first started these videos, I had grand plans of just smashing out, I guess before I started the videos, I was just painting my Night Goblin army. And I didn't actually have a plan. I was just like, I've got lots of Night Goblins that I need painting. And so I was just going to paint them all. And then obviously as I started doing the videos, I realised that just forever painting Night Goblins, actually, who's going to watch that, right? If I just paint a million Night Goblins every day and just carry on painting the same thing over and over again. As much as I'd like to have lots of Night Goblins painted, I actually do have lots of Night Goblin spearmen painted. So whilst I really do want to paint some more, I don't need to paint some more right now. And which is why, or as the result of one of my early videos being, you know what, I don't have a plan, I should make a plan. And thus my first army list video happened with me going, I wonder what I need in my army. So yeah, there we go. I hope it's been interesting following the kind of the journey, going on the hobby journey with me. And I don't know if you have, but the first videos were literally me going, I'm painting my Warhammer, and you know what, you might like to see what I'm doing. And how does YouTube work? I literally had no idea. And there's still a lot of stuff I don't know. Or I'm assuming there's still a lot of stuff I don't know about YouTube. Or certain limitations. But I have limitations being, as I mentioned previously, like my internet speed, which I would like to do something about at some point, but just not. Other limitations being until you've hit certain criteria, you don't get all of the features of YouTube. So yeah, I think the internet speed is the real one that's holding me back there, because it takes me a really long time to upload videos and stops me from live streaming, so it just makes the whole process a lot longer. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good live streaming is for helping me hit milestones. My son reckons that live videos don't do as well as normal videos, and I don't know, maybe there's something to that. So the painting Walloper and his one hit wonder, those two videos I did live, and they haven't really done very well. They haven't got many views, so he could be right. They do show up in a different place on the channel. They don't actually show up in the same area. So maybe there is something to it. But yeah, there we go. Right, that's one guy done. Is it one guy done? Yeah, one guy done. Two more left to do with this layer. I'm actually running out. And I did say I'd put some more yellow in anyway. A little bit more yellow. Get a smidge of water as well. What is that? I don't need gunk in my paint. I'm peeling. Wait, there was no layer underneath this, was there? I thought I did this like in a fresh place. Well, I feel like I'm going to have to mix up one more batch, a complete batch for my last dude, which happens to be the boss. Yes, so what else do I want in my next 1500 points? Or not next 1500 points, my next 500 points to take this army up to 1500. You know what I would like? Maybe I need to wait for 2000 points to stick my giant in there. So I have pre-ordered what's the Stormbringer? The Stormbringer magazine, because I think it's like episodes or edition, or what are they called? Magazines. They don't call them episodes. Issue 60 and 61, I think it is, come with a giant between them. So like each issue comes with one of the giant sprues, and so you need both of them to get a full giant. So I've ordered those because I want a giant for my Night Goblin army, and the giants that I've got are all kind of designated for other armies. I want one specifically for these, and also I want one that looks the part, kind of. I mean, I don't even know what I mean by that, really. I've got the metal orc and goblin giant from 6th edition, but I want to use that for my savage army, for my savage orcs and spider forest goblins, should I say. So he'll be going in that army when I eventually make that, like in 10 years' time. I don't know. I mean, I fluctuate. I was going to say it's way down my list of armies to do, and it is, but I do fluctuate. Like, I painted my unit of Savage Orcs that I've had sitting in a box for 15 years. I painted them like a year or so ago. Just randomly, just because I was like, you know what, I want to paint a Savage army. And I painted them. That was my first and only time using contrast paints, because it would have taken me a really, really long time to paint those Savage Orcs. I don't think I've got a good, quick method that I like for painting that much skin on a model, because when a model's just basically all skin, I don't feel like I can get away with dry brushing it. And it's just a lot of skin to do. So I used contrast paints. They turned out alright. Like, they're passable. Like, battle ready, really. Their bases make them look alright. As you may well have heard me say in the past, if you do a model's base really well, you can get away with a naff paint job and the model will still look really good. So hiding a model behind its base is one of my favourite tactics. Clearly I haven't done that with these guys. I mean, I like to think I haven't done it with these guys, but I've put a bit of effort into them. Probably too much effort. It's only too much if I actually want to get stuff done quickly, because I'm taking a really long time. And I just want them done. But I'm just far too anal about things. So, Doom Diver has got to be somewhere near like 100 points. That's my guess. 80, 90, something in that range. Pump Wagon, 2 Pump Wagons is about another 80. Oops. Don't mind me, just knocking my camera. What else? Spear Chuckers about, 40 maybe. So that's about 200 points. In 1500 points, how much rare stuff can you get in 1500 points? 1500, what is it, 25%? So 25% of 1,000 is 200. Is that right? No, 250, obviously. So 250 points worth in 1,000. So the only rare thing I've got in the army at the moment is the mangler squigs. I say at the moment, once they're painted, that'll be the only rare thing in the army. So actually I could get a giant in the army at 1500 points. So maybe I do. Maybe I get a giant, and then all the war machines that I just mentioned, the Doom Diver, 2 pump wagons, a spear chucker. Yeah, and that's about 400 points, and then I'll need to up my core. Will I? I need to see how many points of core I've got. Like what percentage I've got, because actually that might not all. I might not have enough core in the army to do that. We'll have to see. But yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it's something along those lines. I'll do a little video at some point actually working it out and seeing what's what. A bit of an update video to see how the army's coming on. But yeah, I do like the giant in the current rules. I think it works really well. Apart from I don't know. I was going to say I'm not that impressed with all his attack options, but having the D6 stomp attacks actually is really good. And so in 6th edition you never used to get stomp attacks, but I didn't get them in 7th edition either. I don't know, I assume stomp attacks were introduced in 8th, but I don't know. But yeah, so stomp attacks actually is what makes all the difference, because like in 6th and 7th edition, the swing with club was like 2d6 strength 4 hits, something like that. Strength 5 hits maybe. And in this edition it's 1d6. And I was like, that's a bit lame. But then you get the stomp attacks as well, so that kind of makes up the difference. And you always get the stomp attacks, so yeah, there we go. So yeah, giant's good. Do like the giant. And he's unbreakable, and he's tough, and yeah, just generally good. Something I would like at some point is like a squig herd. Oh, that, you know, I could have a squig herd as core. Although, actually, what I'll probably be doing in my 1500 points is having a unit of night goblins with fanatics. Get some more fanatics in the army. I've got 6 more fanatics that I painted up for a game a couple of years ago to use with my Warhammer Quest army. Now you don't need fanatics in Warhammer Quest, so I'll just transfer them over to this army. And put them in whatever units need more fanatics. But yeah, that is another option though, is painting a squig herd. Now there's two different routes you can go down with a squig herd. You can have like loads of squigs, like max squigs and min handlers, or you could have like just a front rank of squigs and a massive unit of handlers. And the reason for that, and I will need to check up on the rules, but the good reason for that used to be that shooting was randomized, right? And so you'd be more likely to hit the goblins at shooting if you've got more goblins in the unit. I'm pretty sure it works something like that now. So that way, because goblins are 3 points and squigs are 10 points, but they're just as easy to kill. Both are as easy to kill because they're both just toughness 3 with no armour. So you might as well stock up on wounds for 3 points each instead of 10 points each, right? Yeah, that's your reason for having loads of goblin handlers, night goblin handlers, instead of weighting it in that direction. And then you just need like a front rank worth of squigs, and because you've got motley crew, you can give you second rank spears. And then yeah, you're laughing really. So that's an option. Alternatively, if your plan is to try and use them as a bit like bombs, then only have a couple of night goblins in the unit, so that so that when the night goblins die, the squig herd goes wild and does damage to all the units around it. But I'm not sure how effective that damage is. So it might be better to just go for loads of handlers and the bare minimum squigs that you need to make a rank. That's kind of where I'm leaning towards. But I don't know. It feels sensible, but it won't look as cool as having a massive unit of squigs. But it will be easier to paint. Dry brushing a whole bunch of night goblins is definitely easier than carefully painting squig skin. But I've got a technique for squig skin now, as seen in the first of the video of this series. Was this video number 3? I feel like when I first started these guys, I was like, you know what, I'm going to get them all painted in one video. It's going to take me 4 hours and I'll have them all done. What are we on, like? This is video 3. And the other 2 videos, I guess, have been like 2 hours each, maybe? So we're like 8 hours in, almost. By the time this is finished, we'll be like 8 hours in, and they're not even done. So yeah, 8 hours later, I'm pulling all of the yellow off with my finger as I'm like rubbing it. Okay, great. Oh, he's got a fork on the end. Paint the fork. Oh, and I'm on the bottom of this. So that's really important because we're already going to look at that bit. looking through my Bretonnians earlier. I've just got so many things that I want to do. My Bretonnians are all in boxes and blister packs and stuff. So I was going to say I've got nothing painted. I have one Bretonnian Knight painted. I have got the Fey Enchantress painted. 6th edition Fey Enchantress painted. And that's it. Back in like 2008, I swapped my Green Knight painted, which sounds like sacrilege, but I swapped it for a complete Warhammer Quest set. So, not sacrilege, perfectly fine, considering you can get the Green Knight for 25 quid now, and you definitely cannot get a Warhammer Quest set. This is the 95 edition of Warhammer Quest. So yeah, that was a good swap. And I've got a Green Knight in a box, waiting to be painted, so that's fine. I feel no regrets. Hashtag. Okay, so let's mix up one last batch of this here yellow, and then we will paint this guy, and then we'll be on highlighting, and then we'll end the video. And it will have only been like 3 hours. I've got hiccups now. Right, come on, let's mix this batch up. That's too much brown. We didn't need all that much brown last time. Trying to wipe the brown off in a sea of paint and just failing. I also need to clean this palette because I'm running out of space. That's way too much brown. Okay, that's about right. Just hope I don't pull up loads of paint and get loads of bits in it. Right, I need to wash my brush really. Okay. Where to start? I feel like I want to start here, but I'll definitely put my thumb all in it whilst I'm trying to paint other stuff. So we'll probably do this bit last, if I remember that I made that decision. Which I probably won't. I think my next painting video is going to be on Squigs. I'm pretty sure I said that a few days ago in an earlier part of this video, so you've probably heard me say that on this video twice now. There we go. That's what I think is coming next. I feel like it shouldn't take me too long to paint the Squig. I definitely say that about everything. Like, oh, it won't take me too long to paint this thing. 12 hours later, took me a little while. But there we go. But Mangler squigs are mainly just red. Basically just red. So that can't take too long, can it? Can it? I'm ever optimistic about these things. Looks like I just got yellow. There's a thumbprint on his nose, so I definitely got yellow on a finger. I'm just worried I'm going to smear it all over the squig or something. Whose idea was it to paint these yellow when I could have just dry brushed it silver? I have actually come to the conclusion that I don't like silver armour. Because silver, like, unpainted armour rusts. So how would they keep armour not rusting without painting it? I'm sure I've seen, like, medieval armour that's painted, and I just wonder if it should always be painted, and was always painted, and just the paint's gone, and that's all we've got left is metal armour. I don't know. I know nothing about it, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe more armour was painted than we generally see. But I could be wrong. Maybe they used like oil or something to stop it rusting. Maybe they were just using their armour a lot more. But now, dwarves I'm fine with having like metal armour, because they make those out of gromril and I'm sure it doesn't rust. So that's fine. I'm down with that. Dark Elves I like painting their armour black, so that works out well anyway. I have got a bunch of Dark Elves with silver armour. I just don't like it as much as I used to paint all their armour black, and I think I'll go back to doing that for my cohesive painted Dark Elf army that will happen at some point in the future, probably a couple of years' time when Dark Elves become a core army. So that's what I have to say about that anyway. I love Dark Elves. And the Dark Elf models are so nice. I say, yeah, they are. I don't have, so because I missed 8th edition, I don't have any of the new Dark Elf models they brought out for 8th edition. So none of the new Spearmen or Executioners or Blackguard or anything like that. But I do have a million of the old ones. So I don't probably need any, but they are really nice. Particularly the Spearmen. The Spearmen are very nice. They call them bleak. It was bleak swords and bleak shards, weren't they? What were the Spearmen called? Dread spears. I do have an 8th edition Dark Elf book. I've played one 8th edition game with my Dark Elves. I actually really enjoyed it because suddenly Spearmen were actually useful. I've spent all of every edition not taking Spearmen. And in that one game in 8th edition, I took loads of Spearmen and loads of Assassins, because you could have like an Assassin in every unit. Were they an upgrade for a Spearman unit? I can't remember. But I was loving it. So for one game, I used a whole load of models that I wanted to use for ages, and then never got around to using them, and then just didn't play. Not because I didn't like it, but just I wasn't in that stage of life really. So yeah, there we are. Sometimes. I do hope they do something like that again with the old world moving forwards. So like in 6th edition was like a complete reset. So 5th edition had basically every character under the sun. Every army had 1 million characters. And then 6th edition was a complete reset and every army had like 2 characters. And then 8th edition kind of brought all the old characters back in and made them like unit upgrades, and I thought that was genius. So like Kuran, Captain of the Black Guard, who'd been missing for 6th and 7th edition, finally came back out in 8th edition as a, like, you can upgrade one guy to a champion, or one guy, or Kuran, Captain of the Black Guard. And it just made so much sense, and I loved it. I thought it was a genius idea. Same for like Tolerus of Harganeth, the executioner hero. You can upgrade, instead of having a champion, you can upgrade like one guy to be Tolerus. And it's just genius. I thought it was very, very, very clever idea. And I'd like them to do that again, please. For Old World. And because they're Dark Elves, most of the characters can come back with no problem, because they're all old. Apart from Shadowblade, who was only 150 years old. He's not even born yet. Shadowblade was literally one of my favourite characters, and I barely ever used him. I think I liked his lore more than his... well, certainly more than his models, until the 8th edition plastic one came out and looked epic. I don't know, he was cool. You could... So in 5th edition, you could hide him in any unit. You could hide him in an enemy unit. And then, depending on what type of unit it was, like, it was harder to hide him in an ogre or a halfling unit, because it was harder to disguise himself as one of those. But you could do it. You just had to make a harder roll to see if he got discovered. But yeah, Shadowblade, Master Assassin. I just have to bring his mentor out, won't he? Whoever mentored him. But yeah, I probably won't do Dark Elves until they are a core faction, just because I've got so many core factions that I might as well play with them. Got every core faction? No, I don't have Isles. Well, I mean, I do have an Island of Blood box set, so I guess I do have Isles, just not built, obviously. Yeah, other than that, I don't have my Bretonnians built yet either. So, Dwarves are built. Clearly I've got enough Chaos built to play with the Chaos army, on account of having just done it. It's not really what I consider a proper Chaos army. Well, not that springs to my mind when I think of a Chaos army, but it is fine. I mean, it's usable. It doesn't have any Chaos Warriors in it. To my mind, a Chaos army is basically made up of Chaos Warriors. Should be, anyway. No, I'm getting yellow on his black. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I never finished my regaling about getting my Bretonnians out of my box earlier. I was mainly looking at Bertrand Le Brigand, Hugo Le Gros, and Hugo Le Petit, which are the Robin Hood, Friar Tuck, and Little John of the Warhammer world. And I imagine they are not going to be in Old World. Well, maybe actually. A lot of the Bretonnian characters were historical characters in terms of their time. So they kind of like in 5th edition, you had like in the year X, this character did this thing, and then like hundreds of years later you have in this year this character did this thing, and so a lot of the Bretonnian characters actually didn't all live at the same time as each other anyway, all scattered throughout the timeline. So it could be that there are some characters, classic Bretonnian characters, that are still around. So when they do like expansions, either campaigns or new editions of Warhammer, they may bring back old characters that are in this timeline or time period. Too much brown, I think. No, that's fine. Oh no, I have not got enough paint. Oh, that's way too light. Right, so we've done his arm and some of his hat. And his shoulder pad. Both of his shoulder pads, which are different, weirdly. I mean, he's a goblin, so whatever. They're not known for their flawless aesthetic. And they are known for their ramshackle nature. I've put too much water in this paint. Which makes it quite hard to control. There's a sweet spot in paint. Oh, I can see my light flickering again. Have I managed to aggravate the cable? Quite probably. But yeah, there's a sweet spot in paint. If it's too runny, it's hard to control. If it's too thick, it's hard to control. So, yeah, it's a delicate balance. Getting the right amount of water in your paint, and clearly I failed. enjoyed getting my Nurgle army out again to play our battle at the weekend. It's been a long time since I've used them. In fact, some of the models that I used I've never even used before. Because my army, the Nurgle army that I mainly used to play with was a Nurgle demon army. So most of the models that I've got painted up for my Nurgle horde, most of them are demons, but I do have some non-demons that I've painted up to go with them, but never actually used before. Some of them I only painted recently, so some like beastmen and stuff. But some of them I painted a very long time ago. I just never used them. So that was cool. I'll have to get my Nurgle beast army out. Demon army out, sorry. At some point. Have some games with them as demons. It's a shame Nurgle don't have chariots anymore. I like my Nurgle demon chariots. Right, what next? The top of his hat, I think. Am I even going to be able to paint this yellow before I run out of yellow again? I think yellow dries quite quick. I'm coming to that conclusion. Yes, the other thing I was looking at with the Bretonnians, basically, I want to know how. I kind of was like, oh, how do I get Bertrand Le Brigand and his like, I don't know, woodsman archers, like Robin Hood and his guys who slink about in the woods, basically. You can give a normal unit of bowmen, you can give them skirmishers, but I don't think that really does them justice. However, you can take squires who can have scout and vanguard. I can't remember, I've got a funny feeling you can't use vanguard if you've scouted. So there, but I don't know if that's true, but I've got a funny feeling I read that somewhere. So I'll check that out. So yeah, so using them as a unit of squires seems like a good move, but you have to have a unit of Knight of the Realms, and you have to have a unit of either men at arms or bowmen. And like 500 points that uses up a lot of your points. Obviously you could have a character. So to have a unit of knights and a unit of either men-at-arms or bowmen, and a character, you're not going to have much left for Robin Hood and his merry men. But so obviously if I take the option of using them as normal archers, then they fit in fine. However, I do want them to be my squire unit. I think they're still core, but they just don't fill one of the minimum units that you have to have. In Bretonnians, it's quite what's the word? Dictative? I don't know if that's a real word. But yeah, it dictates to quite, like, not other prescriptive, maybe that's the word I'm looking for. No other armies are as prescriptive as that, telling you basically, here's what you have to have in your first, or the minimum of your army. I mean, there might be some others, like on Khemri, you have to have like a unit of skellies or something, maybe. I think I read that today. Maybe. But yeah, so the Bretonnian one is very prescriptive anyway. So it just limits what you can do with smaller size games. However, I did notice that you can take Knights of the Realm on foot as that core, that minimum, your 1+ unit, and you can take them in a unit of 5. So if I wanted to, I could take 5 Knights of the Realm to fill that minimum Knights slot. Now I only have 2 Knights on foot. I have a classic questing Knight on foot and a classic Knight of the Realm on foot. However, I was looking at the Man-at-Arms command sprue, and I reckon if you gave the the command bodies knight heads, you could probably get away with using them as knights on foot. So now I've only got 2 command sprues, and I do have 60 men-at-arms. But I reckon you can probably turn some of the normal men-at-arms into like the command, like make one a drummer, make standard bearer, all that jazz. And the reason I want to use the command ones as the knights is because they're wearing better gear than the rest of the guys, and they're in better poses. So I think I could probably get away with using them, but I don't think I could get away with using the normal men-at-arms as knights, because their gear's just not quite right. And it's not like tatty or anything. It's just doesn't quite look the part like the command torsos do. They've just got more, I don't know, the style. I literally just smeared yellow right in everything, all over the rivets, down the gaps. That was lame. Yeah, so I could do that, but I don't want to do that if I don't have to, because, like I say, I've only got 2 command sprues and 60 men-at-arms. I probably only do need 2 command. I'd probably run them in like a couple of units of 30 anyway, which I guess must have been my plan, which is why I only got 2 command sprues at the time. This was back in the day when you could order the sprues separately. So I just ordered what I needed, or what I thought I needed at the time. This was 15 years ago, 16 years ago, something like that. So my army, well, I don't know. I don't even worked out an army list for them. I just ordered stuff that I wanted. So I was going to make like a crusading army, which ironically is now the standard Bretonnian army. Whereas back then, the standard Bretonnian army was everything different, every single knight in a different colour scheme. Now they all have the same colour scheme. So my idea of doing something different to everyone else now is just like, that's what everybody's doing. But I was thinking like the classic Crusader white outfits with like red crosses and stuff. Whether I don't feel like I want to do that anymore. I think I might link my army to a province, and I'll probably go with Carcassonne, because a couple of reasons. I like the Carcassonne game, and my parents-in-law live not far away from actual Carcassonne. They live in France. Carcassonne is it's kind of what I like the idea of it. Trouble is, I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of its colour scheme in Old World, but I will get over that very easily. It just doesn't feel like a very original colour scheme. It's just the red and blue, like half the other Bretonnian lands, provinces, whatever you want to call them. Fiefdoms. That's what they're called, isn't it? It's really hard to tell what I'm painting right now. Struggling to see it. I'm worried about getting paint on these horns and realising I'm just going to paint them anyway, so it doesn't matter if I get paint on the horns. Right, that's the hat just about done, I think. For that layer, anyway. Okay. Oh, you can't even see what I'm looking at. Right, now it's just the face of this. Oh no, I've got this foot as well. And my paint is dry again. This is hard work. Very hard work. Too much brown again, probably. Maybe that's just right, actually. It's about right. Okay. I'm really pleased when these guys are finished. And I've definitely said that before, and it's still true. It probably gets more true the longer it takes to paint. Okay. Right, let's get this dude's face done, and then we'll start highlighting. I think I might use dwarves in our next battle report. I could do that mini battle report with dwarves, but it wasn't like a proper game. I could, I don't know how many points we'll do. Maybe we'll stick with 1,000 points because we're still learning stuff. I was going to say I could do 2,000 points, but I'm not sure my son will be up for 2,000 points just yet. I'm going to do 2,000. I'm sure I've got 2,000 points of nicely painted dwarves. I can't remember if the classic longbeards were coming back for the dwarves. The metal ones. When I say classic metal longbeards, obviously there's a couple of different ones, but I'm thinking the ones that came out with 6th edition, that were loved by many people. I've probably got, I don't know, 30 or 40 of them that I need to paint. And I can't remember how good longbeards are in the current rules. See, now, one of the problems I find with dwarves is I find it very hard to justify taking basic troops because their other troops are just so much better. Most notably, well, I don't know, iron breakers are great, like really great. Rangers are excellent, although rangers seem to have turned more into a good marksman unit. So I always used to take them as a scout scouting regiment, which was just ridiculous. No other army had a scouting regiment. But Dwarf Rangers just scouting regiment, which is very cool. And they can still fulfill that purpose. And maybe they should. But in our little kind of tutorial game that I did the other day, so that battle report, the mini battle report, the Rangers, we used them in skirmish formation with their crossbows, and they did really well. They are ballistic skill 4, which is excellent. Most stuff in Dwarf Army is ballistic skill 3. So yeah, that was very good. And their crossbows are 30-inch range, and their strength 4, ballistic skill 4, just all really good, really good stats. So yeah, and I've not really used them like that before. I normally don't bother with their crossbows and just take great weapons and go and beat stuff up in combat with a skirmishing unit that can get into combat really quickly, because that's the main problem with dwarves. It's a foot slog to get to the other end of the battlefield, if indeed you even bother. So to have a unit that can just appear at the other end of the battlefield is particularly useful. I mean, a good tactic for Rangers is just to use them to slow the enemy down by proximity, the march block, which isn't as effective as it used to be, because you used to automatically march block anything within 8 inches, but now you get, if you can pass the leadership test, you can march. So it's not as effective as previously, but it's still an option, still a tactic. So yeah, so Rangers always used to fill a core slot for me, as did Miners, because Miners filled a very similar role, like get a unit of troops into the enemy's like deployment zone as soon as possible and start. I mean, Miners particularly just used to come on and start taking out all the war machines, and that was their job really, to just disrupt the enemy artillery, and they did a really good job of it, and probably still do. And you could take Miners as a core choice. So Miners as core, Rangers as core. I don't need any crappy warriors because I've got all my warriors, and they're just starting with the enemy, and then use my normally Ironbreakers as my like special units, sitting at the back, either sitting at the back, ready and waiting for whatever the enemy decides to brave, sending forwards, and beat them up, or go and claim whatever's in the middle of the board that needs claiming, and use a unit of Ironbreakers to do that. When I say a unit of Ironbreakers, I've got like 40 Ironbreakers, and I would just, most games I would take a unit of 40 Ironbreakers. It's probably unnecessary, to be honest, but did the job quite nicely. I love a good unit of 40 Ironbreakers. Yeah, so all that to say, I don't really use longbeards. I love the models, but I don't really use them. However, wow, even then, I was going to say in 7th edition, Longbeards, you could upgrade. Yeah, Rangers were a Longbeard upgrade, I think. I feel like in one of the editions, Longbeards were Rangers were a Longbeards upgrade. Maybe, I don't know. But you could, or Longbeards. Maybe Longbeards were a upgrade on normal warriors, just like big uns used to be for orcs. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Longbeards were a warriors upgrade, and Rangers were also a warriors upgrade. So you could upgrade a unit of warriors to longbeards and then upgrade them to have scouts and crossbows. I think that was the deal, something like that. And so my rangers would just be my longbeards, but scouting. And I just use ranger models for that. So yeah, and also at one stage you could take, so you couldn't take more longbeard units than you had warrior units. That was definitely a limitation, unless you had a dwarf lord leading your army, in which case you could take one more longbeard unit than you had warrior units. And so you take a dwarf lord and take the one longbeard unit and still don't take any warrior units. So yeah, so it's hard. I find it hard to justify taking longbeards. Oops, not on screen again. And even harder to justify taking dwarf warriors. I don't know what it is. Well, I think what it is just everything else. There's just too many other good warrior-esque units in a dwarf army to want the basic warriors. And I do have loads of them. I've got like, I don't know, maybe I've got 40 basic warriors. I've definitely got warriors with great weapons, warriors with hand weapons and shield. I feel like I even made a hammer unit out of warriors. So the 6th edition dwarf warriors came with like hammers and axes and stuff, and great weapons. So I just took a whole bunch of them and stuck axe heads on the end of their weapons. The great weapons. Axe heads? No, hammer heads on the end of their great weapons, to give them all, or make a whole unit of hammers. But the new hammer models are really nice. I don't think I liked the old hammer models, the old metal hammer models that were essentially monopose, even though they weren't. But they basically were, because the entire unit was in the same pose. Even though all the models were like, they had different heads and stuff. Every single guy was doing the same pose. And I didn't like it. Right, there we go. Whew. That is these guys. Yellow, that layer of yellow done. Now, I need to do a highlight layer. Ideally, I just want one highlight layer. But I'm not sure I'm going to get away with that. How does this look if I put some yellow, just plain yellow, on a dude? How does it look? Does it look good or not? And have I got too much water on my paint? Probably. I kind of feel like this is the wrong colour for this layer. I feel like I should be mixing white in with my yellow ochre colour, instead of just using this yellow paint. But this is definitely easier because I don't have to keep mixing it. I just use it as is. I was going to say raw, but it's not really raw. I don't even know what the term is. Neat. That's probably the term, isn't it? Yeah, maybe that looks fine. Fine enough. I can't be bothered to mess around any more than I have to right now with these guys. messing around with these guys. Yeah, it's probably alright. Cool, hopefully this won't take too long then. These are my famous last words that I literally say every video, all the time, before it takes ages. Something I've noticed as well as I'm rubbing the paint off the previous, I'm just holding them so much. My black and my red's coming off, my things coming off, just the way I'm holding the guys. That's not ideal. I need to be more careful about how I'm holding the models. I noticed it on this guy. Where is it? Yeah, I rubbed it off his tail. Yeah, this yellow dries very, very quickly. Frustratingly quick. I think that's why I'm going to keep mixing up batches constantly. Okay, yeah, that's looking alright, isn't it? Ideally, I'd like to do another layer of yellow in between and maybe highlight up to white, but I am just wanting to get these guys done now. So I'm happy with whatever looks good. Not perfect, just good. And I'm actually making a bit of a mess here. A little bit too much of a mess. Can't quite let it slide. Oh no! I just made more mess with this brush. Pointing that way, just got it all over his face. An idiot. Like all over his face. I also don't even have clean water to try and clean this off with. I think that's most of the damage gone. I've managed to rub loads of red off of this thing. Really, I should go back over that red and fix it up, but who knows if I will. We will have to see. Right, stay over there and don't get paint on them. I'm just going to move them far enough away that I won't accidentally get paint on them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and wash my palette because It is very messy, so I'll be back in a minute. Alright, got a clean palette now. Right, yeah, that's looking, here's looking pretty good, I think. This palette makes it much harder to see, but I think he's looking alright with his yellow. The real question is, is it like any better than if I just put white, painted it white and then used a contrast paint over it? Maybe it's fine. Right, let us carry on. We are tantalizingly close to finishing this video. I am just going to finish highlighting these models and then we're done. The yellow on these models, and we're done. Okay, so just this fork, I think, left. I don't really know how to highlight the fork. To use bits at the least. Yeah, this yellow has actually come out quite, I've left it a little bit darker than I probably intended to, but you know what, I just don't want to spend any more time painting the yellow on these guys. Oh, my flicker's back on my light. I don't think I've sorted it this time. If it annoys me too much, and it kind of is annoying me actually, maybe I'll have to stop and sort it out. I just realised I'm not really sure how to paint the highlight on this fork, rather than paint the very tips of these. Maybe I can paint. No, that looks lame. Don't know. Maybe that'll be there, and that'll do it. Don't know if that even looks any good, but there we are. Right, anything else on this guy that's yellow that I want to highlight? No, I think that's fine. Great, one down, and that didn't take so long. Nowhere near as long as any of the others. Any other things we'll do later. Right, so have we got too much paint on my brush? Probably. There's eye holes. Need a highlight as well. Yeah, that'll do. I don't know if you can tell, but these have taken it out of me. Oh, goblins. I don't know what it is. Maybe I was too ambitious painting all this yellow. But it's tiring. I was going to say it's been a bit of a chore. I don't know if it has been a chore. I think it's just tiring. And maybe I don't know, it doesn't help that I'm always doing it in the evenings and it takes me a long time and then it gets quite late. What time is it now? 20 to 11. Feels like quite late to be painting. So that's my own fault, really. It just tends to be the best time to paint with all the other things that go on during the day. Right, I think that's his helmet done anyway. I haven't done his other eye hole, but I'm not doing that just now because I've got loads of paint on my brush and I will definitely not be able to do his eye hole with this much paint on my brush without blinding him. Just filling it in completely with this yellow. I've got too much paint on my brush, really. Looks good. It looks, just looking through the camera, it looks a lot brighter than it does in real life. Like the contrast between the bits that I've just painted and the bits I've painted before. It's not as stark a contrast as it looks on the camera as it is in real life. It's a much, the colours are much closer. Maybe it'll look better on the camera once it's dry. Maybe it's the glint of the fact that it's so wet. I say so wet. The fact that it is wet. Right, let's see if I can paint these eyes. I did that one already. Okay, well there we go. Cool, look at that. 2 guys done already. There you go, this is a much quicker process. I approve. I feel like this guy was the one painted with the darker yellow, because that is quite a contrast between the highlight layer and the previous layer. I'm not sure I like it. I'm not sure what to do about it. Maybe just carry on. Pretend I didn't notice. And hope no one else spends enough time looking at them to notice. Yeah, that is quite the stark contrast between the previous layer and this layer. Oh well. ignore my concentration. Apologies for not really talking much while I'm doing this. Well, that looks naff on top of his head, doesn't it? It's too stark a difference, I think, to make that look any good. Yeah, I'm trying to cut too many corners now. Probably at the wrong place to cut corners. I should have cut the corners at the beginning by not doing so many dark layers. And then here is when I should be putting more effort in. Well, maybe I'll learn that lesson. Maybe. I feel like I will. I feel like next time I'll put less dark layers on and more light layers. Thankfully, it's not quite as massive a contrast as the camera is making it look. So that's a small consolation for me, anyway. I feel like I'm being very rushed and very untidy with this layer. This is probably the layer that should be the tidiest. There we go. I think this guy is probably going to be the worst looking guy on his yellow. An attempt to make his hat look a little bit better. Not sure it's working. So I was going to try and blend it in, but then it just dried really quick. So no blending occurred. It's just got that colour instead. Well, I think it does. His hat looks a bit better than it did. Sort of, maybe. I don't know. I'd like to do that all over his face, but I don't know. I kind of do, but I just don't want to be spending more time with these guys. I do want to make them look beautiful, but I just don't want to put the time in. Okay, they've used enough time as it is. This yellow dries so quick. What is this? Avalanche Sunset. Well, at least this guy is not as dark, so he's gonna look alright with this highlighted layer, I think. He's gonna look better anyway. It's almost such a subtle highlight that you can't see it when it's dry. But that's fine. I will definitely take that over the massively stark highlight that the last one was. Regretting putting this layer on now, up here. Oh well, whatever. See, the problem with this unit is I wanted to paint them quick, and I also wanted to paint them well. And, like, that is achievable, but I just have not used the right techniques to do it. I've tried, yeah, too many dark layers, as we've discussed. Haven't spent enough time doing the light layers. Yeah. Really, I should have done the yellow in like 3 stages. 1 base layer, 1 mid layer, and a highlight. I'm not sure this is even the right highlight colour, to be honest, but it'll do. Instead, I spent ages painting the same layers, but with a different colour. The Rhinox and the Mournfang, I feel like were both wasted layers. I should have just gone straight for the Mournfang and yellow mix. There we go, like I say, lesson learned. Hopefully lesson learned. Okay, cool. That's this guy's yellow done. 4 down, 3 to go. Right. Very good. And the yellow is basically dry again. I want to get inside those holes without blocking them up, and I think I've got too much paint on my brush, so I'll have to come down and do those. Come back and do those in a minute. Got a feeling this guy will look like one of the better ones. He may end up on the thumbnail. Can I paint these rims and these holes? Must be really hard to see out of eye holes like that. Cool. Okay, that's good. That's his helmet done. Let's do his studs. I get the feeling this is leather rather than plate. Bit of fluff on the brush. Yeah, this guy's come out much better than the other one we did a minute ago, but just had too dark a layer of yellow as the main layer. That's the trouble with them, when I mix all the colours, or remix the colour constantly, and particularly this yellow. Right, let's try again. This is what makes me want to try a wet palette. It's just the speed with which this yellow keeps drying on me. Some colours are like that, not all colours, but some just are particularly troublesome with their drying speed. Great, cool, that's that guy done. Two left, and then we are done for today. This video is like, I don't know, 5 hours long. I genuinely don't know, could be 4. I'll still track of time. It certainly doesn't help doing it over a couple of days that are like 3 or 4 days apart. But I definitely got to a point where I couldn't do any more the other day. And then I was busy over the weekend. Yeah, this is the first video that I've done in two parts, but put them together as the same video. Well, certainly this far apart. Actually, I did one the other day, didn't I? Like a week or so ago. What was it? Where I played a game in between. Can't remember what video it was now. It was one of the ones that I was painting. May even have been one of the first ones in this series. Probably was. Probably the painting the squigs. The red on the squigs. I get a feeling that I played a game in between. Was that one? Might have been. Maybe building the squigs. Could have been building the squigs. See, this is another good yellow. I think my first batch of yellow was a much better colour. look particularly effective with these highlighting around these rings. I like it anyway. However, I did just put yellow all in his mouth. And it dried before I can get it out. That's disappointing. Okay, maybe we're good. All right, one more left. I do get a feeling that this guy's got a much darker layer, so let's see what happens. Yeah. I may have to put a little bit more effort in this guy. Who's the boss? So I'll get over it, I guess. Number 2, slapdash. I'm just trying to do it quick. Just want to get it done. Trouble is, if you do stuff too quick, it actually takes longer because you make mistakes. Well, this guy has got an extra full layer of paint on the others. That's cool. He's the boss. He's meant to look better. More people will look at this guy than they will the others, in theory. Alright, now let's do this highlight there. Now the question is this layer going to be light enough now? Do I need to mix some white in? Yes, I think this is going to be fine. Again, it looks better in real light than in camera light, if that's a thing. This just dries up so quick. Good, I'm feeling much better about this now I did that extra layer. This palette is literally just going to be full of yellow, just because I have to constantly get some new yellow out. Let's make it wet. Okay, great, we're getting there. randomly I've got the Ghostbusters theme tune going through my head now. I've got no idea why. Did go and watch Ghostbusters at the cinema the other day. Don't know, a couple of weeks ago maybe. It's very good. I do like the new Ghostbusters films. Very pleased that they've kept them tied in with the classic Ghostbusters films. Very good. My, did not realise that it was 11:30. Painting just takes a lot longer than I think it does. I think the thought that went through my head was like, oh, I'm feeling tired. I don't know, I wonder why I'm feeling tired. And then looked at the clock. And now I know why. Because it is appropriate to feel tired right now. It's definitely a recurring theme of painting these squigs. Well, that just made his face look rubbish. Maybe I'll leave it like that on the face. I had such good success with the little eye holes on the other one. I thought I'd repeat it. Yeah, and failed. But it looks better just doing just doing one side of the eye slits. Right, what have we got? The back of his helmet. Cool. Alright, I think that's his helmet done. Lastly, just his arm. And then we are done for today. Is that everything on him? I think it probably is. I hope it is. It is. Alright, great. Very, very good. Cool. These guys, the yellow is now done. Woohoo! There we go. And you know what? It's actually come out looking alright. Yeah, it just took a ridiculously long time. But yeah, the yellow looks fine. The further the distance you are from it, the better it looks. I feel like I missed a fork on this guy. I did. Alright, let's quickly do that. And then we are done. Move, guys. This is the guy that has the darkest yellow. That makes highlighting look the worst. I think that'll probably do. Cool. Alright, there we go. Done, done, done. Yeah, they look fine from a distance. Ooh, stand up. There we go. Great. Woo-hoo. Very pleased. Very pleased that these guys are now, the yellow is now done. Yeah, very happy about that. Cool. Alright, well, sorry that was such a slog, but if you made it this far, well done. Hopefully you've learnt some stuff there like I have. Don't spend too long on the lower layers, do spend a bit longer on the higher layers, but yeah. Alright, and apologies for all the dead time. I am a little bit tired, as you can probably tell. But thanks for watching, hopefully that was interesting, and catch you in the next video.